Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our June meeting. It's 8 o'clock, so we're going to get started right on time. And I'm pleased that we're running the meeting right on time. So kudos to staff and the council for making that happen. Our first agenda item is H3, Amendment 31 stock definitions, final action, and Vice Chair Pete Hussemer has the gavel.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and good morning. Before we get started, just like to invite to the table first time Caroline McKnight in the California seat here, and look around. I'm not sure any new participants are here, so I will look to Todd and let you start us with the overview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. So as noted, we are at H3, which is Amendment 31 stock definitions, which is we're at final action. At this particular agenda item, the Council is scheduled to adopt FPA for Amendment 31, and that Amendment 31 will define stocks or define 14 managed groundfish species as stocks. This is necessary, of course, to meet the mandates of MSA and the national standards. Back in March, the Council adopted your PPA for 12 of the 14 species. The Council did not adopt a PPA for vermilion and vermilion sunset rockfishes. The Council also added a new alternative to the range of alternatives for coilback rockfish, which is 2A, and I'll be describing that here in a little bit. And additionally, an outstanding item, as noted here, was for the SSC to consider the methodologies by which we would combine sub-area assessments. The SSC has addressed that, and that will be part of their report to the Council. And then finally, the last two remaining items that the Council will need to consider is that this action does require an amendment to the FNP, and that amendment language has been provided for you to approve. The final part of the puzzle here is that we have to consider how to invest or how to integrate rather this particular process of defining stocks into Council Operating Procedure 9. So looking across your reference materials, obviously you have the final analysis that we provided for you, along with the draft FMP language, red line draft in FMP language. You have a Northwest Fisheries Science Center report, and I'll note that that report will not be read, but the Science Center is online and can answer your questions. Then of course, we have an SSC report, and a GMT report and a GAP report. The action today is, of course, to adopt final preferred alternatives as appropriate. Some guidance that we have for you is adopting the preferred alternative for all the priority species, of course, and the revised language for the FMP, and to review proposed timelines and provide guidance regarding the potential revisions to the COP9 as appropriate. And Mr. Vice Chair, I do have a presentation which pretty much reiterates everything I just said, but I think it will go into some detail that may assist the Council.
All right, thank you, Todd. Are there any questions on the overview? And seeing none, then we'll just let you proceed with the presentation.
Okay. So just as a brief statement about this particular presentation, I do have 2 natural breaking points, and I'll pause each time for questions. Otherwise, I'll just be running through it. And please, if I confuse you at any time, do let me know. All right. So the plan for this particular talk is that we're going to go obviously through the background, which will go back through March. We'll talk about the alternatives that are under consideration, and we'll finalize with the action. So as I mentioned in my overview, you have three basic tasks here, which is to adopt a final preferred for all the priority species and as well as revisions to the FMP. And then if you also can give us guidance on how to integrate a proposed stock definition process into COP9, that'll be what we need to move forward. The overall scope of action for the council was that we needed to define all species of groundfish in our FMP as stocks, and we started here with 14 species. And shown on your screen, we looked at a series of rockfishes, the black, canary, copper, quillback, square spot, vermilion, and vermilion sunset rockfishes. We looked at three flatfishes, Dover, petrale, and Rex soles, and a series of other, I guess you call them brownfish or other specific species, to be lingcod, spiny dogfish, sablefish, and short spine thorny head. Just to reflect back on when we started this particular process, the aspects that really guided our movements in analyzing these particular species and then developing the action as to date, is that a definition delineates the stock's boundaries. So in our case, that's very much a north and south end. And that overall stocks should only have a single OFL, ABC, and a ACL harvest control rule for each particular stock. So, additionally, the key part also with this action is for status needs to be determined for all of our species. Is that status is determined at the same scale as the definition. So if you have a stock defined as a California-only stock, status would be defined for California. Likewise, if you had a coast-wide stock, status would be determined for the coast-wide. And status, for the council's knowledge, is generally considered as not overfished and or overfished. And these status are determinations are made by NMFS. The key aspects that we utilize in our analysis for looking at how to identify these species as stocks was primarily through stock structure. And the SSC recommended that when we looked at population structure, we look at larval dispersal, adult movement, and genetics. We also investigated into best scientific information available, and that came, of course, through the SSC, through assessments. We also dove into the literature, which is found in the Appendix A to the document, where we looked at those similar aspects of population structure. And then finally, we also took a more holistic look and looked back at how these species in the past had gone through harvest specifications, as well as past and present management of the species. So that gives us a really good look at how to define these species as stocks. So our findings, just to refresh your memory, is that we had these two essential population areas or stock structures. One was like the single population, and in a single population, that means that you have a single ACL, and that status would be determined for that single area. So in that case, the species that fit this bill were the canary and square spot rockfishes, Dover, petrale, Rex, soles, and then spiny dogfish, sablefish, and short spine thorny head. And I'll note that both sablefish and short spine thorny head do have two, we call them, I guess, two ACLs, but it's all based on a single coast-wide OFL ACL. And it's based, so. And then the other side of things too would be the opposite of single populations, that we had multiple populations, and that's where there were multiple ACLs, meaning that you would have different ACLs over a different set of regions and different status areas. And this fit really mostly into the rockfish realm of things, which in this case fit the bill for black, copper, quillback, vermilion, and vermilion sunset, as well as lingcod. And you notice here at the top, underneath the title portion of the slide, I have sections noted. Those sections correspond to the document that we have for you, the analysis. So if you wanted to find out more about this, those sections would direct you there. So we were able to, as the council recalled, to provide a range of alternatives. And just as a broad brush here to reflect back on it, we do have no action. And as recall, that no action was largely an untenable option because it would reflect the current state of the FMP, which does not define our species as stocks. And then we moved into the alternatives, where the first one, alternative one, was a single stock, and status would be determined at the Pacific coast, or the entire stock would essentially be the Pacific coast. And it's quite clear, as the slide shows, is that each number started to dictate, was not dictate, but was equivalent to the number of stocks. So alternative 2, 2 stocks. Alternative 2, of course, was for north and south of 4010 stock. Alternative 2A would be a north and south of 42. So north and south of 42 would mean that there would be a California stock and then a combined Washington-Oregon stock. Alternative 3, 3 stocks, which was in this case a Washington and Oregon and a California stock. And 3A was for Washington, Oregon to be combined into a single stock, and then to split California at point conception, which is shown there as 3427. And I have it signified there as Northern California and Southern California, SCA, NCA, which is reflected down below. So alternative 4, similarly, 4 stocks. And in this case, it'd be a Washington and Oregon, a Northern California and a Southern California stock. I'll stop there because I know there's some biological information. I speak quickly and obviously very loudly. So if there are any questions, I can take them or I can continue on.
Any questions for Todd at this point? Must be perfectly clear, so
we'll go with
continue.
that. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the decision points that were made in March, the council did adopt 12 definitions for a PPA for definitions for 12 of the 14 species. There was no PPA for vermilion or vermilion sunset. And then alternative 2A was adopted or added to the range of alternatives for quillback and vermilion sunset. And neither of those species had 2A selected as their PPA. So this was the list, or is the list of the PPA. Alternative 1, which would define these stocks or species as a coastwide stock or a single population stock, were for canary and square spot rockfishes, the flatfishes, Dover, petroleum rex, and then spiny dogfish, sablefish, and short spine thorny head. You adopted alternative 2 for lingcod, which would specify it as a stock north of and a stock south of 4010. Alternative 2A was adopted for copper rockfish, would make the north and south of 42 degrees, which is again the California and then a combined Washington, Oregon stock. And alternative 3 for black and quillback rockfishes, which would make a Washington stock, an Oregon stock, and a California stock. So after March, we went back and we looked at alternative 2A as it applies to quillback rockfish. Again, you see, of course, what the delineation would be at the first line of the slide. The key with quillback rockfish here is that the assessments that were done for each state, for Oregon and Washington, were of different categories. And there's still some concern about how you would be able to get a status, or what status you would get when you combine 2 categories. Would you have a category 3 and a category 2 be a 5, a 1, or 2? It's very unclear. And that's what the Northwest Fisheries Science Center addresses in their report. Additionally, when you put these 2 groups together of different categories, it becomes unclear about can you or should you determine status for this stock north of 42? And it could, in terms of moving forward into the harvest specifications and management measures process, it could require the council to consider some sort of discretionary sharing agreement between Washington and Oregon. And I'd want to specify that it could. We're not exactly sure yet until we get into the specifications part of the world. And then we compared 2A to the PPA, which was 3. So both agree with BSIA as well as the SSC's recommendations, which is that the quillback rockfish, its populations are at a scale smaller than coastwide. And alternative 3, however, does eliminate the concerns about 2A, about uncertainty on whether overfish status can be determined for a combined Washington-Oregon stock. And it also replicates in a large way the current state of management. And it doesn't appear that there would be any issues with the council will not need necessarily consider any discretionary agreements in terms of ACLs. So the next set, of course, is vermilion sunset rockfishes. And I think I've repeated it like 4 times, but there was no PPA selected, and it is considered under all alternatives. And the next slide I have will show all of those alternatives. And with this particular cryptic pair of species here is that the population structure is at a scale that is finer than coastwide. And it was assessed back in 2021 in 4 areas. There was a Washington assessment and an Oregon assessment that only looked at vermilion rockfish. And then in California, there was a Northern California and a Southern California assessment, and those assessments looked at the cryptic pair vermilion sunset, because sunset rockfish is primarily a California species, or its range is primarily in California, and becomes much more prevalent as you move south. All right, so I apologize in advance. You're going to see lots of black letters on a white screen, and there's lots of them. So as we move forward, alternative 1 was for the entire Pacific coast, which would define vermilion and vermilion sunset as a single stock. As you'll note, alternative 1 does not agree with current BSIA and does not reflect the SSC's recommendations. Alternative 2 would split the stock at 40-10. There would be a stock north and then a stock south of 40-10. The concern with this particular alternative was that we likely would have to go back and do a new assessment because the current assessments don't comport well to this particular stock definition. Alternative 2A, as I mentioned earlier, would make a Washington, Oregon stock of vermilion rockfish. And then in California, we have a stock that was vermilion sunset rockfish. Alternative 3 splits it into 3 states. Washington and Oregon would both have a vermilion rockfish stock, and California would have a combined vermilion sunset rockfish stock. 3A combines Washington and Oregon into a single stock, vermilion rockfish stock, and then California would be split at point conception. And 4 essentially expands it all out. You'd have a Washington stock, an Oregon stock of vermilion rockfish, and then California would have 2 stocks of vermilion rockfish. And vermilion sunset rockfish, excuse me. So I'll pause here again. Are there any questions on these alternatives?
Questions on the alternatives? It continues to be perfectly clear. So
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, so we again compared the alternatives against one another. As I mentioned earlier, alternative 1 does not reflect BSIA. Alternative 2 would likely require a new assessment or new assessments. Alternative 3A, again, similar to Quillback, may require the council to consider some sort of discretionary sharing agreement between Washington and Oregon, and that's also reflected in 2A as well. So anytime you combine the 2 states, there may be some future work ahead of us. Alternatives 3 and 4 both reflect BSIA and again would not require any discretionary sharing or apportionment between the states. Okay, so this is where it's going to get a little confusing. We're moving into the stock definition process. So this is where we would like to take what we've done in the past for this particular action and integrate it into COP9. And there's 2 overarching proposals the council can consider. So what I'll start with here, and hopefully you have this up on your screen because the words are quite small. This is the basic COP timeline. So when we go to the specs schedule tomorrow, this is essentially taking that process and putting it into a circle. So looking in terms of where we are right now, we're up in the upper left-hand quadrant, which is we're going to be adopting a spec schedule. And in the past, this June has also been used to adopt stock assessments, but clearly is not being done this June. And we have 2 sides here. So on the left-hand side of your screen, that's the assessment period. The winter there, of course, is the pre-assessment. That's in the lower left quadrant. And then the assessment phase, as well as the star panels, occur at overlaps what we're doing this particular spring. On the right-hand side, that's the harvest specifications and management measures process, which we roll into pretty much really quickly here. All right, proposal 1. Proposal 1 was reflected in the original analysis that we provided the council. What it does would basically mirror what we did this cycle, meaning that we would define species as stocks during the same period that they are being assessed. One thing to note about this is that assessors would not know what the definition of the stock was until they were done with their assessments, which could create some issues. The second part of this is that for this particular item is if we had good information about the species and we knew that it was likely to be a certain stock, assessors could move through things quite in sync with the potential definition. The big downside, I guess plus side, downside, depending on where you are on this, is that this would allow council staff to be heavily involved, but we lose the science aspect because the scientists at the center are deeply involved in their assessments, and that's what we noticed this cycle here is when we began stock definitions is that we did impact their workload because we were asking lots of scientific questions. So, process 2 moves it up or back, however you want to consider it. Essentially, what this does is the scoping for new stock definitions would begin in March, and that would correspond to when the Science Center brings forth the stock prioritization list, stock assessment prioritization list, and then continue through that and right up into the pre-assessment phase. So in this case, the assessors would have a stock definition when they roll into their stock assessment process. The thing about this particular item is it would, of course, limit council staff ability to really dig in, at least there between March, April, and June, where at least one of us would not be able to be heavily involved. But the benefit is that scientists, the center would be able to add much more input into the entire process. And I'll note with both of these processes is that this is going to be a future us in a lot of ways, meaning that in phase 2, we are scheduled to make sure that all species are defined as stocks, and that these processes would be essentially, I guess the lack of better words, triggered when we had new information for a species and should it be redefined. And we hopefully expect that to be a somewhat rare occurrence, but it does allow that option. If new information is available, the council could consider redefining the species. And here they are together just to make sure that we're all, we can compare and contrast. One is early in the year, in the cycle, and one is later in the cycle. Okay. Your action is to adopt, obviously, a final preferred. And with that, I'm happy to unconfuse you or confuse you more with any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Todd. Carolyn McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. If you could go back to the slide you were just on with the timelines, I just want to clarify, or maybe you can help me. We're talking phase 2 of stock definitions, but we're also talking about amending the COP. Would the expectation, if we were to choose one of these timelines, that the first or the next go round in phase 2, we might be doing all the rest of the species that we have not yet defined? Or would we be limiting this to just those that were prioritized for the next cycle? And depending on the answer to that, I guess if it's the first, then we would expect maybe the first one to be a really heavy lift. And then in future cycles, just check-ins and if new science came around. So if you could clarify that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. McKnight, for the question. So it is a little of both. Phase 2 is, at least on the year at a glance, is scheduled for scoping in November of this year. It is likely that we will not be able to define many stocks between November and March, probably for a while, just given staffing and scheduling. What I would expect is that 2 things do occur. One is that if indeed we need to define stocks that are species as stocks for the next set of assessments, if we went with something like with proposal 2 there, which is shown in green, is that it would start for those species that are going to be assessed for the 27-28 specs. And then as we moved further into phase 2, we will be able to pick up more species, or at least hopefully all the remainder of the species. And then once that's occurred, it would only be a sort of a check-in if we need to pull the trigger and redefine anything. Does that answer your question, Ms. McKnight?
Thank you, through the chair or vice chair. Yes, it does. Thank you. That does help clarify. I was just making sure if we were going to do one big follow-up package for everything, but it sounds like we're going to stagger them. And the intent, what we should look at this through the lens of this is the process moving forward for new science, reevaluating if we need to do anything different for prioritized assessed species. So thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the presentation? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate the presentation, Todd, really well laid out. On slide 14, when talking about the Vermilion Sunset comparison, you said alternative 2 would likely require a new assessment.
Yes.
What about alternative 2A?
2A does not appear that it would require a new assessment because essentially there's no new management lines being considered. So the 2A would take the the Washington assessment and the Oregon assessment and combine them essentially as one, and both those reflect the assessment scales. And then in California, you would have put those two assessments together, and again, that would reflect the scale, whereas 4010 just doesn't agree with any of the assessments.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information.
Other questions? And I don't see any more. So thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
We'll next move to our various reports. And as Todd mentioned in the overview, there is the Northwest Fish Science Center report that's not going to be read, but Dr. Owen Hamill is online. I'm going to look around right now to see if there are any immediate questions that any council members have on that report. And not seeing any, just note that I suspect Dr. Hamill will stand by, and as council members would like to reserve the opportunity to ask a question in the future should one come up. So next we will move to the SSC report. And I have in my notes, we have Dr. Holland in person, but I don't see him here. He's online?
I'm here online. Hi, Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to read Agenda Item H3A, Supplemental SSC Report, SSC Committee Report on Amendment 31 Stock Definitions, Final Action. Todd Phillips, council staff briefed the Scientific and Statistical Committee on the analytical document and preliminary preferred alternative PPAs for Amendment 31 that are being considered for final action regarding 14 priority groundfish species. The Vermilion rockfish and Vermilion sunset rockfish were the only two species without PPAs. Alternative 2A, which identifies a combined Washington-Oregon stock and a separate California stock, was added as a potential option for quillback rockfish. As stated in March 2023, the SSC finds scientific support for defining stocks of Vermilion rockfish and Vermilion sunset rockfish at a scale finer than coastwide, but does not find scientific justification for a particular alternative. The SSC reiterates its March 2023 statement that there is scientific support for Alternative 3, stock delineation at state boundaries for quillback rockfish. The presentation also outlined two alternative timelines for the process of stock definition, which will ultimately be integrated into COP9. The SSC recommends adopting Proposal 2 for the biennial groundfish management cycle. Proposal 2 involves accepting final action on the stock definitions prior to the pre-assessment phase, as recommended by the SSC in November 2021. The SSC concurs with the recommendation provided by the Northwest Fisheries Science Center report on proposed approaches for combining multiple sub-area assessments. The simplest and most intuitive approach to estimating acceptable biological catch, ABCs, would be to weight sub-area sigmas by the proportional sub-area overfishing limits, OFLs, to estimate stock level sigma. The standard approach to increasing sigma over time would then be applied. And when multiple area assessments are conducted, the SSC recommends applying the 4010 and 25.5 harvest control rules to the stock level ABC to calculate stock level annual catch limits. The SSC Groundfish Subcommittee will revisit questions regarding whether and how to define stock status for stocks with multiple sub-area assessments and stock categories at an upcoming meeting in August 2023. The SSC reviewed draft language for Amendment 31 to the Pacific Groundfish Fishery Management Plan and has no concerns with the revised text. With that, that concludes the report, and I'd be happy to answer questions. That I will note, as the Vice Chair noted, that Owen Hamel is also, I think, online here. And if there are questions specifically about the approach for that was outlined in the Northwest Fishery Science Center report for stock status for multiple multiple assessments, combining multiple assessments, that he can probably provide better insight on that.
Thank you for the report. Are there questions on the SSC report? And no hands are going up, Dr. Holland, so thank you very much for the report. We will next move to the GMT report. And we have Christian Heath and Katie Pearson here to present that. Looks like it'll be Christian. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair Hassemer, council members. For the record, my name is Christian Heath, and I will be reading Supplemental GMT Report 1. The Groundfish Management Team report on Amendment 31 stock definitions final action. The GMT received a briefing from council staff Todd Phillips on the attachment 1 analysis and reviewed the briefing book items. The GMT provides the following recommendations and considerations for the council. The GMT continues to recommend alternative 1 single stock for Canary rockfish, Dover sole, Pacific spiny dogfish, petroli sole, Rex sole, sablefish, square spot rockfish, and the short spine thorny head. And alternative 2 stock separated at 40-10 for lingcod. The alternatives aligned with the best, these alternatives align with the best scientific information available, the assessment area stratification, and how these species are currently managed as detailed in agenda item F7A Supplemental GMT Report 1 from March of 2023. Nearshore species. When considering management implications of the proposed alternatives, the GMT continues to recommend alternative 3 for the nearshore species being considered in this agenda item, black rockfish, quillback rockfish, and copper rockfish, which appears to result in stock definitions that are most similar to current management. Alternative 3 maintains the ability to calculate the state-specific harvest targets shares used currently for these species. The GMT reminds the council that alternative 3 would maintain the relative level of autonomy each state utilizes in the management of their nearshore fisheries, including but not limited to Oregon's blue-black deacon complex. In general, alternative 2A would require the development of a new discretionary state sharing arrangement between Washington and Oregon, either formal or informal, which would add management complexity and workload. Now and in the future, the GMT recommends consistency in stock definitions for nearshore species unless there is clearly stated rationale for species-specific exceptions. Vermilion sunset rockfish. A GMT recommends alternative 3, which defines vermilion sunset rockfish as 3 stocks separated by state boundaries, with the Oregon stock and Washington stock each consisting of vermilion rockfish and the California stock consisting of a cryptic vermilion sunset rockfish species pair. This alternative is recommended because it is the closest in alignment to current management and is less likely to increase management burden. Process timeline. The analysis proposed 2 alternative timelines for considering new scientific information regarding stock definitions and pathways for considering changes to stock definitions to be added to the Council Operating Procedures 9. The GMT recommends proposal 2 for the integration of new stock definition information into the biennial process. This timeline would allow for the specification of new stock definitions with the aid of stock assessors. And final preferred alternative stock definition would be recommended by the council before the stock assessors begin preliminary work on the assessments. This concludes GMT Supplementary Report 1, and I will be happy to field as many questions as I can.
Thank you for the report. And I'll look around for questions on the GMT report. Everybody is being perfectly clear this morning, no confusion, so thank you.
Thank you.
And that will take us to the GAP report. Merritt McRae is here to deliver that. Good morning, Merritt.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hessemer, council members. I'm Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from agenda item H3A Supplemental Gap Report 1, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Amendment 31 Stock Definitions. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received and discussed a presentation on the Pacific Fishery Management Council's proposed Amendment 31 to its groundfish management plan regarding stock definitions for 14 species from Mr. Todd Phillips, and offers the following comments and support. The GAP supports the following, which in the case of copper rockfish differs from this council's PPA. For canary and square spot rockfishes, Dover, petrale, and Rexulls, and Pacific spiny dogfish, we support alternative 1. For alternative 2, we support lingcod. For alternative 3, copper rockfish has 3 stocks, a Washington stock, an Oregon stock, and a California stock. And also alternative 3 for black and quillback rockfishes. The council did not select a PPA for vermilion and sunset rockfishes, but did identify 4 alternatives for analysis. Of these, the GAP recommended Alt 2A in our GAP March 2023 report. Today, we recommend the council select alternative 3 as their FPA in agreement with the GMT under this item. This is for 3 stocks by state, an Oregon and a Washington vermilion stock, and a statewide California vermilion sunset stock. Our rationale for a California statewide vermilion sunset stock is that information suggests sunset rockfish exist in numbers far into Northern California. We concur stocks should be defined on stock structure, and think the spatial extent of a stock should encompass the entire region of interrelatedness or gene flow. This provides the council the greatest degree of flexibility in determining appropriate management measures. While a stock may be defined over a large range, management measures should be tailored to provide conservation where conservation is needed. For example, in California, the council has 5 identified management regions. While a stock may be defined as statewide, conservation need may vary considerably between these regions. Management measures should continue to be tailored to fit the identified conservation need within given region. Management measures should not result in lost access to healthy resources within one region on the basis of a conservation need in another. Thank you. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the GAP report? And there's no hands, so thank you very much, Merritt.
Thank you.
That concludes our advisory body reports. Will take us to public comment. There are 2 signups. I should have had you stay right up there. Merritt, you are first.
Switching hats here, I will be reading from the Sport Fishing Association of California statement on this item. We support the Amendment 31 stock definition statement presented to you by the GAP at this meeting, which I just read to you, and the PPAs you selected in March. For vermilion rockfish, the council had not yet selected a PPA, and we understand you may select an FPA directly at this meeting. We support the GAP and GMT with alternative 3 as your FPA. This is as an Oregon and a Washington vermilion stock and a California sunset vermilion stock. In California, there is evidence both species are present in number far north of Point Conception, which was previously considered the northern extreme of the sunset rockfish's primary range. Stocks should be defined on the basis of mixing populations. These are likely best defined on the basis of shared genetics. However, states should also have the latitude to differentiate their own perspectives on management within waters offshore of their state. Therefore, we would support the GAP and GMT with alternative 3 for copper as well. As a Southern Fleet, we note that both the 2021 data moderate copper assessment and now the full copper assessment now being worked on indicate near target populations north of Point Conception and for the state as a whole. But south of that point, copper populations model low. A statewide stock definition leaves the council with greater flexibility in management measure selection. However, we recognize conservation measures will be needed for copper rockfish in the south, while areas north of Point Conception less so. We expect this council's management measures for northern management regions not to penalize those fisheries for the additional conservation of copper rockfish needed in the south. Irrespective of a stock's definition's geographic range, management measures should reflect the specific areas of conservation need and not penalize others' access. This council has already effectively implemented painful conservation measures for copper rockfish, demonstrating your willingness to make those hard choices. In addition, in 2022, as you are aware, we at the Sport Fishing Association implemented a fleet-wide and angler-wide effort to avoid and release copper rockfish using descending devices. That has already proven highly successful in reducing fisheries mortality of copper rockfish. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Merritt. Any questions for Merritt on his testimony on behalf of the Sport Fishing Association? And I don't see any.
Thank you.
Again, thank you. And next we have Tara Brock, who is online. Good morning, Tara. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Tara Brock with the conservation organization Oceana. We'd like to thank the council for its effort to clarify the geographic distribution of groundfish stocks for assessing overfishing and overfish status determinations. The 2021 groundfish stock assessment process highlighted some conservation concerns with quillback and copper rockfish off California. And although NMFS claimed that it could not make a stock status determination for quillback because of the FMP did not clearly define the geographic scale of groundfish stocks, we note that NMFS has made such determinations in the past and maintain that the agency has the authority to make status determinations based on the best available science in front of it. We do support the council taking final action today to define stocks for each of the council's priority groundfish species so that NMFS moves forward with making a status determination and implementing a rebuilding plan for quillback rockfish off California. Any changes to stock definition should be grounded in the best available science and ultimately enhance the council's ability to prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and minimize risk to vulnerable populations. To that end, we continue to support the council's preliminary preferred alternatives previously identified for 12 of the 14 priority species. And for vermilion and vermilion sunset rockfish, we recommend the council adopt alternative 3A as it is most aligned with the best scientific information available and was recommended by the SSC in November 2021. It is also consistent with how the stocks are assessed in sub-areas, and status determination at the same or similar scale as the assessments are more likely to be representative of region-based or local status. We remain concerned that some rockfish stocks managed within the nearshore rockfish complex are particularly vulnerable to overfishing. Rockfish like quillback, copper, vermilion, and sunset have high site fidelity, relatively small home ranges, and their populations are likely isolated with distance. This makes them susceptible to localized depletion and overfishing. If the council adopts larger geographic stock boundaries, we strongly encourage the council to adopt area-specific management measures for species that have their sub-area assessments pooled. And again, we thank the council for their work on this. The staff report was excellent and thorough and very clear, and happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Tara on her testimony? And I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much, Tara. Appreciate that. And that concludes our public comment. And will take us to council discussion and action on this item. So wait a minute. The screen is refreshed and the tasks you have before you are outlined up there. And so as you glance over that, I'll look around here for any hands to initiate discussion. It's a very quiet morning. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I'll get started. Just throw out some thoughts about this process that we have worked through for the first time to provide these definition of stocks for these priority groundfish species, and just some of the comments that I made back in March and others made back in March about using the best scientific information available, which at times is not very much. So doing our best to work through this with the information that we do have, trying to line up that scientific information, but also acknowledge that there's new information coming forward at times. I know WDFW staff had the opportunity to attend the Groundfish conference in Alaska and learned a lot there and stuff that is relative to this issue. And so we're excited to learn more about that, keep our eyes open for more information. I've always appreciated the fact that this process allows for new information to be brought in. And you can see that in the timeline where we have the opportunity to bring this up through the spec cycle in a way that helps our stock assessors. So just want to lead off with that. And thanks to staff for the great reports and the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Further comments, discussion? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you to the staff for all the great presentation materials. I agree, Heather, entirely with all of your comments. This is a process that we've spent an exhaustive amount of effort from everyone collectively doing a very comprehensive review of the science to get to this point. I don't see anything new as of this meeting that would lead us to deviate from the PPAs that we had already taken action on. But that I feel like we're in a good place, and that we've turned over every rock we can possibly turn over here relative to the action today. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't want to jump in front of any other council discussion, but I do have a motion if the time is right.
Well, I'm not seeing any further hands for discussion, so you're welcome to go ahead with your motion.
All right. Thank you. I move the council adopt the alternative definition of the stock for the following species as shown in the table below as the final preferred alternative. I can walk through these. So for canary, rockfish, Dover sole, Pacific spiny dogfish, petrale sole, Rex sole, short spine thornyhead, sablefish, square spot rockfish, adopt alternative 1. For lingcod, adopt alternative 2. For copper rockfish, adopt alternative 2A. For vermilion and vermilion sunset rockfish, adopt alternative 2A. And for black rockfish and quillback rockfish, adopt alternative 3. I Alternative 1 being a single stock. Alternative 2 being a stock that is divided north and south of 4010 north latitude. Alternative 2A being a stock divided north and south of 42 north latitude, and alternative 3 being stock divided at the Washington, Oregon, and California borders.
All right, thank you. The language on the screen is accurate.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I will look for a second for that. Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Thank you. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. This motion adopts the PPA as the FPA for canary rockfish, Dover sole, dogfish, petrale, rex, short spine thornyhead, sablefish, square spot, lingcod, copper rockfish, quillback, and black rockfish. The FPA for these species aligns with how stock assessments have been conducted in the past and relies on the best scientific information available used by stock assessors and as recommended by the SSC in March and again at this meeting. There was no PPA identified for vermilion and vermilion sunset rockfish. This motion adopts the new alternative 2A as the FPA. 2A again combines the Washington and Oregon stock and then has the California stock south of 42. So it's been acknowledged that the population structure is at a finer scale than coastwide for vermilion sunset. And the SSC has noted in March, and then again also at this meeting, that there is scientific justification for defining stocks of vermilion and vermilion sunset at a scale finer than coastwide, but didn't have a recommendation on a particular alternative. So given the uncertainty, alternative 2A combines the Washington and Oregon stock, which aligns with the SSC's report in November of 2021, where they recommended combining Oregon and Washington for status determination, just simply due to a lack of population structure between the two areas. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? I see no questions. So any discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'll be supporting this, but I do want to acknowledge something that was in the GMT report, that by adopting 2A for copper and vermilion, as opposed to 3, there will be some additional workload for them to determine the shares or the sharing of that between Washington and Oregon. It may also mean a little bit more work for our assessment folks. So just want to acknowledge we're aware of that and are making the strategic choice here, and appreciate their feedback on that.
All right, thank you. Further discussion, Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather, for the motion. I will also be supporting it. And just to add some additional comment relative to vermilion and sunset on a California stock level, I appreciate the SSC's report to give some latitude, some discretion to the council to choose either option or alternative, but do also want to note the gap in the GMT's constraints about management, and it is a cryptic species. It would be very difficult to separate the data out at a conception level because of that cryptic nature of the species. And just want to acknowledge that, we do know that there is mixing of vermilion north and south of that boundary, and so that a state specific stock definition does adequately describe the current status of what we know of both of them together. So I find alternative 2A to be appropriate for vermilion, and we'll be supporting it. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? And I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to go ahead and call for the question then on this motion that's before us. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Our remaining action here then, we still have potential adoption of the revised FMP language. And also there is guidance regarding the process or revisions to the COP. So I'll look for, maybe if we can take those in order, the FMP language first. Any discussion on that or motions? Anything to move us along? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, in light of the action that we just took to adopt this final preferred stock definitions, I am prepared with a motion to address our second order of business here.
All right, we'll go ahead with that, and that can stimulate some discussion then.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the revised language to the FMP relating to stock definitions for the priority groundfish species as revised in agenda item H3 attachment 2 draft language for amendment 31 to the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan.
Thank you. The language on the screen is accurate.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you. I will look for a second. Seconded by Corey Ridings. Go ahead and speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think this is very straightforward and pretty logical. As a result of the action we just took, we do need to actually change the language in the FMP, and the document provided that's referenced here does do that adequately and very straightforward, and I'd say almost administrative at this point. So not too much more to say.
All right. Any questions for the maker of the motion? And there are no questions. Any discussion on the motion? And I'm not seeing any hands, so I will go ahead and call for some hands. Call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that. And that will take us to the third item, which motions are necessary, but providing some guidance on the timeline. There were, I believe, 2 proposals presented by the staff in the paper on different timelines or schedules. So I'll look for any hands. Anybody want to provide guidance? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciated the input from the GAP and the GMT on this one. And so regarding the alternatives for the stock definition timeline, I think their support for proposal 2 is a good one, and offer that guidance as well. It seems smart to take final action on this prior to the pre-assessment phase to really set the stock assessors up for success and create less confusion. Thanks.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
I concur with Ms. Hall, and also note that the SSC also recommended proposal 2. So I think that's, given all of our advisory bodies are in favor of that process, seems like the way to go.
All right. Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would agree that the timeline 2 does meet the correct order of operations for the stock assessment process so that we don't make their job harder. There's no reason for that. But I do just want to recognize that that timeline does fall in a pretty workload intensive time period for the GMT and specs. And I just want to acknowledge that and know that I do see that, and hope that while the lift might be a little bit heavier in these first few years, it should lighten up. But completely supportive of that timeline, just similar to Ms. Mattis's comment, like we do recognize that might be a little bit harder in these first few years as we work through the rest of these species. So thank you.
Thank you. Look for further hands. We've got support for forwarding the proposal 2 to come back to us in September for final action. I haven't heard any opposition to that, but I just want to make sure. It seems that that's the direction the council would like to go. There's agreement with that. So Todd?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So what I've heard today is that the council has adopted the FPA as shown on the screen earlier for the full suite of species under consideration, the full 14. You have adopted or recommend adopting the changes to the FMP or the revisions to the FMP to reflect the final preferred alternatives. And you have given us staff guidance to move forward with proposal 2 and integrating that into COP9, which we will bring back in the fall at September meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll look around for any final comments. Keely Kim.
Thank you. I just very briefly also want to echo the thanks to the project team. We had some really great work by council staff, NIM staff, both from the regional office and the science centers. A lot of work went into that analytical document and it really set us up well for information to take final action. Also want to recognize the work of the council and in the states in particular, reacting to, I'll call this a curveball that we've been dealing with for a while now, but we really appreciate the focus and the quick action on defining our priority species from 2021 and 2023 assessments. Really appreciate the opportunity to work through all of the challenging policy questions and evaluating the BSIA for this action. Really pleased with the outcome of what the council has done today, and so just wanted to take a moment to recognize that.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
I'd call it more of a spitball than a curveball. But based on the FPA we just adopted under number 1 here, there is going to be a nexus for quillback rockfish off California that we will be addressing under the specs agenda item, asking for some rebuilding analysis on that. So I just wanted to tee it up so folks listening and NIMS know that we didn't forget about it. This seems like the more appropriate place to ask for that request is under H7. Yeah, I think it's 7 under the specs agenda item. And echo thanks to everybody who is working on this.
All right, thank you. Further comments? And I'm not seeing any, so I'll extend my appreciation to everybody for being efficient this morning and all the good work that was done, recognizing that it does cause some other workload concerns or adds some additional work, but it makes life better for us. So with that, I'm going to close this agenda item and hopefully our chair is ready to take the gavel back earlier than anticipated.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. I am ready to take the gavel and hand it to Vice Chair Bettinger.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Grolnick, and good work, everyone. We're going to reward ourselves with a 15-minute break. So we'll see everybody back here in 15 minutes to start us off on H4. So. If everybody can take their seats, we'll get started. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We start on H4. With that, I'll look to Jesse to kick us off. Jesse?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Give me 1 second to get this PowerPoint loaded. Okay, this is agenda item H4, the limited entry fixed gear follow-on actions and fixed gear marking scoping agenda item. So just for some background, the council prioritized items in March 2023 from the Groundfish workload list. These included items from the LE Fixed Gear Primary Tier Program Review, which we completed last June. In addition, fixed gear marking was included based on the gear marking workshop in response to the 2020 Humpback Biological Opinion and recommendations from the NMFS report in March 2023. In your briefing book, there was attachment 1, which was the scoping document for this agenda item. In addition, there are 2 NMFS reports, one on the LE fixed gear follow-on actions and fixed gear marking, and a second one on cost recovery. You have a supplemental GAP, GMT, and EUC report, and there were public comments in your briefing book. Your council action today is to identify issues to be addressed, provide guidance on packaging of items to be addressed, and if possible, provide guidance on potential alternatives. So just to get us all on the same page, just wanted to do a quick overview of the LE fixed gear sector. So vessels fishing in the LE fixed gear sector must be registered to a fixed gear endorsed permit, either longline or pot. There are 2 sectors within the LE fixed gear sector. We have kind of the trip limit or cumulative limit fisheries, so those with non-endorsed permits, non-staple fish endorsed permits, and then our staple fish tier fishery. Vessels are only allowed to fish with the gear that is on the registered permit or would need to declare into the open access fishery. Now, on that gear, we do have the, you did take action in March to allow LE fixed gear vessels to utilize that non-bottom contact gear and the non-trawl RCA up to their LE fixed gear trip limits. And here on the screen, you have the number of the 2 types of gear endorsements. So we have longline and pot, and then we have 4 permits that are actually both longline and pot endorsed. So the first 2 sets of columns show the number of LE fixed gear permits and those that were registered to a vessel in 2022. And then that subset of permits that have a sable fish endorsement that allows vessels to fish in the primary tier fishery and those that were registered in 2022. So today we're going to cover 7 potential management measures moved forward by the council for potential consideration. So first up is cost recovery.
Magnuson-Stevens Act requires NMFS to collect fees to recover costs related to management, data collection, and enforcement directly related to and in support of limited access privilege programs. After conclusion of the 2022 review, NMFS identified that certain tasks associated with the tier program were cost recoverable. So this action would develop a cost recovery program for the LE Fixed Gear tier program. And NMFS Report 2, which Maggie will speak to after I've concluded my presentation, outlines a draft cost recovery program for the council and its advisory bodies to consider. Next step is the removal of the base permit. So originally, the base permit designation was intended to assist in the administration of gear and length restrictions under Amendment 14, which implemented the Sablefish tier program. The base permit is that is registered to a vessel for the longest period of time that is sufficient to the vessel. And to be sufficient, each vessel that participates in the tier program has to have at least one permit that is within 5 feet of its length. During the 2022 program review, we noted that the information regarding the base permit designation is incomplete, and the requirement is already covered in regulation that each vessel has to have a permit that meets its length. NMFS noted in a report with that review that this is an unnecessary administrative burden. Overall, the staff assessment is this would be limited workload, have no cost to industry, but would have some positive administrative impacts. The next measure is to allow long line endorsed permits to utilize slinky pots. So Amendment 6, which implemented the limited entry system, had several goals and objectives, some of which were to reduce capacity with the least disruption to current fishing practices, accommodate historical participation and investment, and reduce conflicts between user groups. So gear endorsements were seen as a way to prevent vessels from switching to a less powerful, so things like fixed gear, to a more powerful gear like trawl gear. At the time, the council did consider a single fixed gear endorsement. So instead of having long line and pot endorsements, vessels would just have a single fixed gear endorsement, which you could use long line or pot gear. Now, this would have provided more flexibility to utilize either gear type and would have matched how we allocate out Sablefish North, which is to trawl and fixed gear. The council, though, ultimately recommended longline and pot endorsements separately to minimize the opportunity for the expansion of effort and therefore helping to constrain capacity. So under this management measure, this would allow those longline endorsed permits, both Sablefish endorsed and not, to utilize slinky pots. Pot endorsed permits could utilize slinky pots now. Now, most vessels with both endorsement types, whether they have a dual endorsed permit or, for example, stack a long line and pot endorsed permit at the same time, only utilize a single gear type. And you can see some of the details of that in Table 2 of Attachment 1. In our preliminary assessment of this management measure, we looked at conservation and some economic impacts. On the conservation side, depending on if vessels registered to longline or pot, the ultimate impacts depend on if vessels registered to longline permits replace most or all of their long lines with slinky pots. While pots could reduce non-target species mortality and some protected species interactions, such as seabird interactions might go down as they have more encounters with longline, we could also see increases with pot usage, and we're unsure of the impacts to humpbacks. Slinky pots are also lightweight, and we may see increases in ghost fishing. And I know that this is spoken to in the GAP report because this was something we wanted to get more feedback on from those who have used this gear thus far. In terms of the economic impacts, there's been concern that allowing longline endorsed permits to utilize slinky pots might affect pot gear prices or pot permit prices. Ultimately, this is going to depend on the relative profitability for each gear type. So while on average, longline sablefish X vessel value is greater than pot sablefish X vessel value, and you can see those values in table 3 of attachment 1. It's ultimately dependent on the cost for each of those operation types, whether one is more profitable than the other. Slinky pots are relatively inexpensive and can run on the same ground lines as longline gears, so there is some efficiency in that. And there's also operational cost savings as fewer crew are needed to run slinky pots. With slinky pots, these are much smaller than typical fish pots, allowing for more pots in the vessel, leading to potentially an efficient harvest and greater catch. In terms of workload, we need to further examine existing policies for those gear endorsements and what the allowance for slinky pots would mean. Further understand the trade-offs with conservation and economic impacts. And then there would be need to work through the enforcement and to discuss the regulations surrounding. Throughout the document, we note that there are some questions for the council and advisory bodies to consider, and you'll see these spoken to in some of the advisory body reports. So one question we raise is, what is the need for allowance of slinky pots by vessels using longline endorsed permits? Is it for conservation? Is it for flexibility, efficiency, or another reason? Additionally, should the council consider removing specific gear endorsements, such as longline and pot gear, and allow vessels to utilize the most efficient type of fixed gear for target species? In other words, creating a single limited entry fixed gear permit. Or should the gear allowance be extended to all legal non-trawl gear, such as what's allowed for IFQ gear switchers or vessel fishing in the open access sector? The next measure would be allowing for a fourth stacked permit for owners without an owner on board exemption. In the tier fishery, no individual partnership or corporation may own or hold, in other words, be registered to more than 3 sablefish endorsed permits. This owner on board provision requires that owners be on board the vessels to which it's registered to in order to harvest the tier. In Amendment 14, exemptions were granted to partnerships, corporations, and others, which allows that owner to not be on board the vessel while harvesting. And these exemptions are specific to the permit owner and not the permit. So this measure would allow those without an owner on board exemption to stack up to 4 permits on a vessel. The owner of that 4th permit would need to be on board the vessel while harvesting. And based on past statements by the GAP and others, this was intended to provide opportunity to new entrants like crew members. In looking back at the 2022 program review, we noted that between 25 to 33%, so a quarter to a third of vessels have the maximum of 3 permits stacked, which means that most vessels in the fishery could stack additional permits now if they so choose. Further investigation would need to be done on if the boats with 3 stacked permits are associated with owner on board exemptions or not. Additionally, the 2022 review noted that there was a need for the Office of Law Enforcement to develop a report about the owner on board exemption, and we would need this for this management measure. In terms of workload, I wanted to highlight a few of the national standards that would definitely be key to this analysis, including National Standard 4 and National Standard 8. With regard to National Standard 4, looking at allocations, allowing for the stacking of the 4th permit, we would have to see if this would allow for an excessive share of the harvesting privilege. For National Standard 8, one of the big drivers of National Standard 8 is on communities. And one of the big drivers of Amendment 14 was that the owner on the permit had to be on the vessel for fishing it, noting those exemptions. And in Attachment 1, we note that during the discussion of Amendment 14, that the control limit, so not being able to own or hold more than 3 permits, plus the stacking limit was intended to distribute fishery benefits among entities within and across communities. So questions for the council to consider. So are there other management measures that may provide opportunities for new entrants into the primary tier fishery? And then would the three permit own and control limit also be changed with this management measure? The next item is to allow cumulative non-stable fish limits by primary tier vessels. So currently, each tier vessel is subject to the cumulative landing limits for non-stable fish species. And this management measure would allow for a cumulative limit to be taken for each permit stacked, so up to 3. And of course, depending on the previous item, it could be up to 4 if included. In the attachment 1, we provide a preliminary analysis for short spine and lingcod, which shows that very few vessels actually take a cumulative limit. And I know there's been some discussions around short spine in upcoming years and what we may be looking at. But remember that this would be a long-term policy. And so thinking about the intent and not the immediate future should be considered. So unlike sablefish, most other species are just managed within the broader non-trawl allocations. Therefore, any additional harvest by primary tier vessels may impact other commercial and recreational fisheries. In terms of workload, this item could be potentially a higher workload. There'd be considerations for enforcement, catch accounting, and we'd also have to look at equity concerns. So some questions. One, what's the purpose and need of this management measure? Is it to provide additional opportunity, reduce regulatory discards, or other reasons? Are there other pathways to provide additional landing opportunities for those reaching the limit, such as increasing the trip limits for all limited entry fixed gear vessels? And if this item was moved forward, would the ability to take multiple cumulative landing limits only apply during the tier season, which is April 1 through December 31, or would it be year round? For permit price reporting, so this item was actually initially recommended by the SSC during the first LE fixed gear primary tier review in 2014. Data from this item would help indicate the market value of the fishery, evaluate performance during program reviews, and help us contrast performance with the trawl IFQ program. Overall, this would be limited analytical workload, but there would be workload by the EDC and then permit owners submitting this information. And lastly, we have gear marking. So the humpback biological opinion required the council to consider the findings of a feasibility report on pot gear marking regulations by March 2024. In March 2023, we received a report on the gear marking workshop. And NMFS report 3 at that meeting summarized, provided a summary and recommendations on improving gear identification in and reducing risk of entanglements. At that time, it was also expanded from just pot gear to bottom longline gear, and that was linked to the Southern Resident Killer Whale Concurrence Letter. So in thinking about groundfish sectors that utilize pot and longline gear, we have to think about directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, and IFQ gear switchers. And the number of the participants can be found in Table 9 of Attachment 1. And I did want to highlight here that as it stands, this measure would only affect groundfish boats. So directed halibut vessels that don't retain groundfish would not be included in this action. In terms of workload, the big thing here is to consider how to utilize past and current efforts, such as what the states are doing with Dungeness crab currently. And there may be the need to have additional workshops on developing a range of alternatives. So questions for the council on gear marking. What might be the most efficient method to developing gear marking requirements for the LE fixed gear fleet? Do we just start focusing on LE fixed gear? Do we look at LE fixed gear in all other groundfish sectors? Or do we kind of do more targeted LE fixed gear and maybe IFQ gear switchers as a first start? Additionally, should the council combine this effort with other efforts such as slinky pots so that conservation benefits and impacts are considered collectively in light of the current biological opinion? And finally, we wanted to lay out some possible pathways that the council may consider in moving these items forward, as they do affect different sectors and might have pretty distinct purpose and needs for the action. So first, you could choose to move the entire package forward for consideration in September for a range of alternatives. This is on the September quick reference as an ROA. The second option would be to split it into 2 packages. So under option 1, you could choose to include some or all of the proposed management measures, plus any new management measures that may be brought forward. We would look to the council and its advisory bodies to confirm the description and the application of these management measures. As you have seen through the presentation, some of these apply to the tier fishery, some of them apply to all LA fixed gear. If there are ideas for a potential range of alternatives, guidance at this meeting would be really helpful. Additionally, confirming or defining the problem and the need now would help us with the purpose and need development. On the idea of splitting into 2 packages, we initially came up with 1 split, but this is just the idea of maybe breaking this up to have a more manageable workload. So in the attachment 1, we have the fixed gear package, which we described as gear marking and maybe the slinky pot authorization, with the primary tier follow-on action items to come on a separate package. So one timeline might be that you prioritize the fixed gear package for September and the primary tier package could follow on at a later date. Again, we do have the same considerations as option 1 in terms of getting guidance for the September range of alternatives. So your council action for today is to identify issues to be addressed, including potential consideration of alternatives, and provide guidance on the process and timeline. And before I take questions, I just want to note that I did not do this document alone. This was a tag team effort by Brett Weedoff and myself. So I just want to give him the credit for helping me get this far. So happy to take questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jesse. That is a fantastic overview, to say the least. And with that, I'd like to look for hands and Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. And thank you, Jesse. Really appreciate the presentation and the information. I also appreciate attachment 1 and the way this issue was laid out. There's a lot of stuff here, and it could be easy for us to get wrapped around the axle, but I don't see that happening. So thanks for that. My question is on the slide that was addressing gear marking a minute ago. And yeah. And you said this is only for groundfish, not halibut. Is that there's no opportunity to include the directed halibut recommendation from the EC in this package?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Hall, that's what the management measure is proposed to be now. I might look to the National Marine Fisheries Service if on their application of this, because gear marking was Brett's thing, not my thing. So I'm going to maybe phone a friend, and maybe Maggie's also phoning a friend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Halibut would not necessarily be included here. We are, with this action, responding to the biological opinion on the effects of the groundfish fishery. I believe we could review this further and get back to the council on potential inclusion of halibut.
That'd be terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, anyone else? Okay. Oh. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Jesse, this may not be a fair question for you. Question about the ghost fishing. Slinky pots are lightweight and may see increased in ghost fishing. Any more information on that? Why, or is that in a document I just missed?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mass. So when we developed this document, there was there's some research out there on slinky pots, and we really wanted to get some feedback. And I think that it was not in the document. It was a question we had, but the slinky pot session last night seemed to think that these pots fish very quickly. And so we might not have that same degree of ghost fishing and this concern that we raised in the document. So I think more information we would develop if this measure moves forward, but that's why that was highlighted there. It was kind of an uncertainty at the time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thanks, Lynn. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning. Thanks, Jesse. A good report, and acknowledge Brett's participation too. You guys did a really good job. Couple questions. One, on the slide that says allow long line endorsed permits to use slinky pots. And you note in your fourth bullet point under economic impacts that it's smaller pots, more pots on vessel, efficient harvest, greater catch. Was there any consideration given to the safety of and stability of vessels with lighter gear on small boats and stuff? I think there's maybe an opportunity to include that. And I don't know if you guys considered that.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, that's a very fair point. This was the scoping document. So I think a lot of depending on what moves forward for the council, we'd obviously expand our analysis in that consideration. So this was not supposed to be a full analysis, just trying to give some food for thought for the council.
In that spirit, that's what I was offering. I understand that, but I want to put it out there to something to consider, as well as maybe the less strain on the crew, it seems like. So things we might consider in the future if this goes forward. One other thing I'm just a little confused on, and I don't know if others are or not, maybe it's just me, but I thought this was the limited entry fixed gear follow-on actions from the LAP program. And because that's technically a catch share program, and we have the cost recovery issues and all of those things lapped into there. But is the other part of this limited entry fixed gear daily trip limit guys, are they part of, I see they're part of this in the slinky pot part, but are they part of this action because they're not within that LAP program that fits into this review? Or is that something that's intentional? And I hope it is. So.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, yes, when the council moved, my recollection serves, so when the council moved this forward in March 2023, initially, yes, the slinky pot request came through the LE fixed gear tier follow-on review. However, there was consideration given when it came through the workload and management measure process that, we do have non-sable fish endorsed LE fixed gear permits. And so if we were going to look at this allowance, we should look at all LE fixed gear permits, not just those that are sable fish endorsed. So this was intentional, and is again why that question at the end I kind of raised on the make sure our descriptions are correct and who we're applying to is pretty crucial, just because, we do have gear marking applying to a variety of sectors. Some of these are sable fish tier specific, and then we have this one that would be LE fixed gear in general.
Thank you very much. Cleared it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. On the possible pathway slide, the option of split two packages, what's listed there, I'm taking that is to be just seen as an example, not a recommendation by council staff and or NMFS, but just as an example of how we could do things, not a formal recommendation. Is that correct?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis, yes.
Okay. Carolyn, good night.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse, for the presentation. Lynn actually hit a question almost similar to what I was thinking. On slide 20, on your possible pathways for option 2 to split into 2 packages, I am looking at the questions that you're asking relative to slinky pot and gear marking, and find that the Slinky Pot might fit under both. Some of the tier program might be specifications or gear configuration, while then the line marking would also fit under both. I guess it's not really a question, but just some line of thinking of, is there one package it would fit under better, or could it be split in two? I'm just trying to provide some general guidance on where that particular item could fit best, or if some could be split up, depending on whether we chose to take this in two pathways. Make sense? Or
Vice Chair, Ms. McKnight, are you asking about splitting up Slinky Pots or gear marking? I just wasn't clear.
I think there's an aspect to the Slinky Pots that is gear marking. And so there's some connectivity there. But I also see that the Slinky Pots have programmatic changes in gear definitions. So I could see them being together or separate. And that was kind of what I was thinking in my mind, was where would it fit best to take care of both of those things in a scoping item. So just wondering if you had thoughts on that as we move through this discussion. Thank you.
I'm going to offer a preliminary thought, and then I'm going to see if Maggie has any other thoughts. I think you'll see in the advisory body reports, there's a lot of considerations that you might want to look at something broader. And it's a question we raised of something broader than just an exception for Slinky Pots. And so if you do want to kind of look at that broader, maybe we make this into a LE fixed gear or an LE non-trawl permit, however you want to call it, that might not fit very well with gear marking. So taking that on as more a part of a primary tier follow-on package might not be the most appropriate name here, but like an LE fixed gear package, that might make more sense because of the broader scope.
Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Okay. No one else? Well, with that, I think we'll go into the NIPS report and make it up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. We provide comments on several components of the limited entry fixed gear follow-on package, split into two reports. So I'll cover agenda item H4A, NIMS report 1 on the proposed management measures first. Pause for questions on that. And then we have a second report on cost recovery for the Sablefish tier program. We appreciate the extensive information provided by staff in the scoping paper and the presentation this morning, and I've tried not to repeat that information. We begin by highlighting that our top priority out of everything proposed under this agenda item is fixed gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures, because they're expected to aid in understanding and potentially reducing the risk of protected species entanglement in groundfish pod and longline gear. Specifically on fixed gear marking, we recommend that the council review the workshop and feasibility reports, as well as any additional concepts brought forth, and if possible, identify measures that could be developed as alternatives for adoption at a future meeting. We support the recommendation in the staff paper to use and build on the experience of the West Coast states and stakeholders in their extensive efforts to develop line and gear marking requirements for state-managed fisheries. We suggest a draft purpose and need statement for the council's consideration. In our March 2023 feasibility report, NMFS identified ideas for line marking and additional markings on buoys and surface gear that merit further consideration, and we recommend the council consider the following concepts for inclusion and development into alternatives for consideration at a future meeting. For line marking, mark at least the upper portion of the buoy line, and we understand there may be some specific recommendations in advisory body reports for how much of the line to consider in the alternatives. For surface gear and buoy markings, gear and fishery specific buoy markings, such as those identified in the reports, a large patch shape or letter on polyform buoys, cattle ear tags, etc. We also recommend the council consider the timeline for implementation, and if a phased approach may be effective, We understand this is not something the council needs to make a decision on now, but wanted to put it out there that timeline is something for further consideration. The council could, for example, consider whether a temporary period of less permanent line marks such as spray paint or tape could be a phase-in approach to as we transition to a more permanent manufactured line color scheme and would aid in the cost of that transition. We will support this action through the council process. And we note that we plan to explore potential funding sources to help fishermen transition to a new marking scheme. For entanglement risk reduction measures, we recommend scoping an option for voluntary use of surface gear on only one end of the ground line rather than both ends. We see the potential for this option to reduce entanglement risk by reducing the number of vertical lines in the water. And we encourage the council to consider other potential regulatory measures to reduce entanglement risk should they be brought forward through the scoping process. Regarding the Slinky Pot proposal, we have previously supported consideration of this item in order to explore its potential to avoid or minimize marine mammal depredation concerns related to bottom longline gear, as well as potentially other protected species interactions. And we simply reiterate that shifting some sablefish effort from long lines to pots would need to be evaluated relative to applicable Endangered Species Act and Marine Mammal Protection Act authorizations. Specifically, we would need to evaluate whether any action the council might recommend would result in changes outside what was previously evaluated in the previous biological opinion. Similar to the scoping paper and the presentation we just heard, we raise a discussion around the cumulative effect of exceptions to gear endorsement and pose the question of whether the council might want to consider a broader change to provide gear flexibility for the limited entry fixed gear participants beyond just allowing slinky pot use by longline endorsed permits. We observed that over the last 30 years, the council provided exceptions to limited entry permit gear endorsement requirements. We provide a couple examples to that. We note that the purpose of those exceptions was to benefit fisheries by enabling vessels to adapt to changing conditions such as stock availability, markets, bycatch concerns, spatial constraints, et cetera, by using different gears to access their limited entry trip limits. We've supported those actions and their intended benefits. We do note that the cumulative effect of exceptions to gear endorsements might change their effectiveness in reducing capacity and/or effort. That's not necessarily a bad thing. We recognize the desire to increase harvest of underutilized stocks. And we do note that exceptions create compliance and enforcement challenges. So all to say, we support the suggestion to consider whether a broader change would be beneficial. I am hitting the highlights in this report since both of these reports have been in here for the since the advanced briefing book, pardon me. Specifically on workload and pathway for these initial items we've talked about. This agenda item overall is, we think it's likely to be a high workload, as the GMT had pointed out in March 2023, especially if the scope is expanded beyond the request to use slinky pots with longline endorsed permits. Regarding combining this item with gear marking and entanglement reduction measures, we recommend that if the scope of the slinky pot request is expanded beyond the narrow request to allow use with longline endorsed permits, it should proceed on its own or on a separate track from gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures. On fourth permit stacking, we note that based on the council staff report, only approximately a quarter of sablefish primary fishery vessels have recently had 3 permits stacked on them in a given year between 2014 and 2020. We are looking for input from industry members, GAP or public testimony regarding the need for this action and further detail on how it might help new entrants, since that's what has been presented as the purpose for this potential action, as well as input on concerns such as the potential consolidation of effort and catch onto fewer vessels in the fishery. On cumulative non-sablefish trip limits in the primary sablefish fishery, we wondered whether increasing the trip limits might increase effort overall. Look forward to further input and discussion from the advisory bodies, and I understand there may be some recommendations coming in the GMT and GAP reports on these. We recommend proceeding with sablefish permit price reporting and recommend that the council consider whether that would be valuable for all limited entry fixed gear permits rather than just sablefish endorsed permits. That could be useful information to have as we consider the economic effects to changes in the limited entry fixed gear sector. And then finally, we proposed 2 minor additions, which came to our attention outside the council process. We don't expect these to be controversial or require extensive analysis. The 2 items are shown in the table toward the end of our report. Those would be to change the start and end times of the primary sablefish season from noon to midnight, and to add language to the regulations on the position of escape panels in groundfish pot gear, clarifying or such that the escape panels would not be allowed to be on the bottom of the pots. Thank you. That concludes NMFS report 1, and I would be happy to take questions on that report.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Questions for Maggie on the NMFS report 1? Okay.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. NMFS report 2 presents a proposal for a cost recovery program structure for the primary sablefish permit stacking fishery. We previously provided the council with a determination that cost recovery is required for this fishery since it is considered to be a limited access privilege program under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And we provided the council with an initial evaluation of potential incremental tasks in March 2022, as well as a brief breakdown of key design considerations in March 2023. We provide this here to serve as a starting point for the council's consideration of a cost recovery program. We thought it would help the process along, and we would welcome input, feedback, or any potential changes the council would like to consider to what we offer here. Before I get into the details, we do note that we would only begin to recover costs after a final rule for a cost recovery program was implemented and effective, and therefore a development of the program or concurrent work on any other items related to the sablefish tier program would not be recoverable. We provide a proposed range of alternatives, noting that we believe the no action alternative is not consistent with MSA requirements for a limited access privilege program. The action alternative 1, I'll just really highlight a couple items here. In general, it is similar to the approach we've taken for cost recovery in the groundfish trawl program. For the sablefish tier program, we would treat it as a single sector. One difference from the trawl program is that we would suggest that the owner or authorized representative of the vessel that makes landings of sablefish in the tier program would be responsible for paying the fee rather than a first receiver. Fishery value would be calculated using the ex-vessel value of sablefish landed in the most recent complete primary season. We would calculate direct program costs using the same approach, the but-for approach that we use for the trial program, in which actual incremental costs for the previous fiscal year would be that are directly related to the management, data collection, analysis, and enforcement of the tier program. And reminder that actual incremental costs means those that would not have been incurred but for implementation of the tier program. We cover how the fee percentage would be calculated, when we would announce it, and then how cost recovery fees are paid. We would propose to generate an annual bill and provide that electronically to each vessel owner that has applicable landings. And the vessel owner or authorized representative would remit fees through pay.gov on a yearly basis. We go on to provide some information on when fees would be due, penalties, and note that NMFS would provide an annual report to the council. Again, we hope this helps the council move forward, potentially by directing staff to develop the alternatives proposed here with any revisions or additional options the council would like to see based on input you receive from your advisory bodies, public testimony, and your own discussion into a range for adoption at a future meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Questions on NMFS report 2? Okay. Actually, Maggie, I have a question for you. Would the first receiver pay that fee like they do for trawls? So it'd be on the vessel making the landing to make that, to pay that?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. We're proposing that the owner of the vessel making the landings would be responsible for paying. The first receiver would not be involved in cost recovery for the Sablefish tier program under the structure we have proposed here.
It's different than trawl, so just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A couple of questions. Maggie, thanks for the report, particularly on the cost recovery section. When you charge the vessel that caught it, who may not be the owner of the permit, would there be a similar thing that the permit could not be renewed unless it was paid? And how does that wash if you don't have I mean, you have two different parties there that may be unaffiliated. It's almost like a lease, right? And have you considered that maybe there's something that could affect a permit owner that they have very little control over, maybe? So just, that's the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. We have considered that. We proposed vessel because the vessel is and the vessel owner are making the landing, receiving the value for the fish, the most immediate and direct connection to value in that fishery. There may also be some administrative differences on our end we would want to explore further between vessel and permit. I'll note that we do provide some information in the report on potential penalties set up that would result to a vessel owner from failure to pay on time, such as additional fees, fines, sanctions, et cetera. I do understand that we may hear a different recommendation in the GAP report to use permit. So foreshadowing there. The permit owner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie, for that. An additional question. You talked a little bit about implementation costs and not being cost recoverable. And I think I heard that in your report there. But as we go forward, if there are issues, obviously, we can't build a perfect spaceship every time the first time. And as you uncover things that should have been included in the future, are those still considered implementation costs if we need to do that? that aren't recoverable until they are implemented in the future? I don't know if I got that question straight enough for you to understand. If not, I could try again, but anyhow, question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. I think I got it. Development of the cost recovery program is not recoverable. Once the cost recovery program is implemented and effective after publication in the Federal Register, and then following the effective date, then actions, then costs that the agency incurs be due to our management, enforcement, data analysis, its monitoring, et cetera, of the fishery will be recoverable. I think you also were bringing in, maybe asking about implementation of some of these other management measures we were talking about under this agenda item. Anything that occurs on those before a cost recovery program is effective would not be recoverable. Following the effective date of a cost recovery program, work on those would be recoverable, as it would be specifically, it would not be happening, pardon me, anything that would not be happening but for the existence of the tier program itself and the LAP nature of that program would be recoverable costs. I may have confused that at the end. Please let me know if I can
Thank you.
clarify.
I understand that answer. I guess there's a little finer point on this. Things that were not covered that probably should have been covered that we just overlooked. And we said, okay, this needs to be a component of the program. And the development of that isn't done until it's implemented. Is that development also charged? Because it wouldn't have been charged if we thought about it to begin with. In other words, it's something we don't have the opportunity to build perfect spaceships every time because we don't see every component. But if it's, I get it if it is a direct cost that it was anticipated, so to speak, but a new component of the program that was overlooked. And that development, is that cost recoverable? And is that something different?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It depends, certainly, on the specific actions that might fall under the example of what you're talking about. But we are not developing the tier program at this point. It is developed. It exists. If you are asking about any future changes to the management measures within that program, for example, because the council decided it wanted to add something new to that program, even if the thinking was, well, we should have added this at the start when we developed it. If it was something that was specific to the LAP nature of the program, working on that would be a recoverable cost. Again, with the caveat that that's a general statement, and it would depend, and we would advise on whether anything specific the council might want to do in the future is recoverable or not, if and when the council begins discussing that.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Any more questions for Maggie? All right. With that, we'll go to the GMT report. Welcome, Katie.
Good morning, council members, Vice Chair Pettinger. My name is Katie Pearson for the record, and I will be reading Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Limited Entry Follow-on Actions and Fixed Gear Marking Scoping. The Groundfish Management Team received a briefing from Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse of the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed and discussed the scoping document in agenda item H4, attachment 1, and offers the following comments. proposed management measures. The GMT thinks the proposals discussed below, with the exception of the fixed gear marking, could benefit from additional clarity from industry about the goal of the management measure and the expected outcome of any action. Allow longline endorsed permits to use slinky pots. Attachment 1 poses the following question for council consideration. Should the council consider removing the specific gear endorsements, i.e. longline or pot, and allow vessels to use the most efficient type of fixed gear for the target species? Or should the gear allowance be extended to all legal non-trawl gear, similar to gear switching vessels in the shore-based IFQ program? The GMT recommends including both approaches in the range of alternatives, as alternatives to be analyzed in addition to the alternative that makes an exception to allow longline endorsed permits to use slinky pots. The GMT also requests that the analysis consider the following questions. Are the gear-specific endorsements still accomplishing the objectives they were originally implemented to accomplish, such as preventing vessels from being allowed to switch from less powerful to more powerful gear, attachment 1, and is that objective still relevant or necessary for the current fishery? The GMT thinks this information could help inform the most appropriate method to achieve the objective of this action. The GMT requests that the analysis for this measure also provide more information on the economic impacts that would result from changes to permit prices, recognizing that council staff access to permit data is limited. The GMT also requests that the analysis consider whether an influx of non-trawl groundfish fishery participants would impact sablefish prices. Analysis for this action should also consider how fishing behavior may change if additional vessels are given the opportunity to use slinky pots and or endorsements are changed. Changes to fishing behavior may impact the other follow-on actions. The need for non-sablefish trip limit adjustments, interactions with protected species, and or bycatch rates. It is also unclear whether this action will result in more lines in the water, which could happen if the slinky pots were run in addition to a vessel's existing complement of traditional gear. Alternatively, slinky pots may supplant some of the traditional gear on a vessel and even be used in the same set as a traditional gear, keeping the number of lines consistent. In light of the Center of Biological Diversity versus National Marine Fisheries Service lawsuit, the council may want to consider whether restricting the number of lines in the water is appropriate. Allow a fourth stacked permit for owners without an owner on board exemption. This action may lead to consolidation of permits onto fewer vessels. Enforcement consultants and the National Marine Fisheries Service permits branch should be consulted as to whether tracking the requirements of a fourth permit holder can be accomplished, including but not limited to own and control rules. Allow cumulative non-sablefish limits by primary tier vessels. The objective of this action could potentially be accomplished through the biennial harvest specifications process by increasing non-sablefish trip limits for all limited entry fixed gear vessels, tier and trip limit. But the GMT looks to industry to clarify whether that approach would meet the objective of this action. Depending on that clarity, and given that this item is currently described as only one of the possible methods outlined in the attachment 1, the description may need to be brought into the future. In addition to allowing cumulative non-sablefish limits by primary tier vessels, the GMT recommends including in the range of an alternative that established single non-sablefish trip limit for all sablefish endorsed permits that is higher than the trip limit for non-endorsed permits. The GMT requests that the analysis explore any potential impacts to the non-endorsed permits that may result from this action. The analysis for this measure should evaluate recent trends to determine whether there has been targeting of non-sablefish species and whether fishing behavior may or may not change if sablefish trip limits are increased. The GMT also recommends the council consider whether only certain non-sablefish species limits, as opposed to all species, can be increased based on industry need and low risk to the non-trawl allocation or annual catch limit. Lastly, depending on the alternative chosen as the final preferred alternative, the GMT may need to develop new projection models or modify existing projection models. For example, if trip limits are increased for tier vessels only, this would result in sector-specific limits that would need to be modeled separately. Fixed gear marking. The GMT recommends developing gear marking requirements holistically for all fixed gear sectors. option 2, including federal limited entry fixed gear, directed open access, and individual fishing quota gear switchers. This should also take into account ongoing efforts in state fisheries to gear mark, as well as cooperation of all fixed gear sectors, and would be more efficient than doing this analysis sector by sector. Additionally, holistic implementation across sectors would decrease the potential overlap of similar gear markings between sectors. The GMT recommends that the whale risk reduction analysis be done concurrently to the fixed gear marking item unless it delays implementation of the fixed gear marking. Potential pathways. The GMT recommends splitting these proposals into at least 2 packages due to some key differences in the clarity of the proposals, and we do not suggest any specific packaging framework. We do, however, provide some comments on the interrelation of several items that might benefit from being packaged together. The GMT recommends prioritizing fixed gear marking and the well-defined administrative items, i.e. removal of the base permit, permit price reporting, and the 2 administrative items noted in NMFS Report 1. The GMT is not recommending any particular packaging of these items, simply that they be taken up prior to the remaining items. Gear marking is requested by the humpback biological opinion and has the potential to provide the benefit of mitigation measures to multiple sectors. The administrative items are well-defined and would require relatively low workload. In the meantime, the council can work to further define the remaining proposals that would benefit from additional clarity. The GMT expects that the permit price reporting measure will be a useful way to track the fishery market value. Having this reported information would aid in the analysis of the other proposals within this package, depending on the timing of this council action. The GMT notes that adopting a purpose and needs statement for each of the proposed measures and or addressing the questions in attachment 1 would better inform our understanding and thus subsequent comments on the potential interplay of the 4th stacked permit, non-stable fish cumulative limits, and slinky pots. For example, if the council moves forward with considering adding a 4th permit, then cumulative limits could be evaluated for up to 4 permits in the range of alternatives. It is also unclear whether slinky pots will be used in conjunction with or replace other longline gear. If used in place of traditional gear, the adoption of slinky pots could reduce the need for non-stable fish trip limit increases. Conversely, if traditional longline gear and slinky pots are deployed during the same trip, the non-stable fish trip limit increase may be needed. Therefore, fishing behavior changes resulting from additional slinky pot use could impact how the cumulative trip limit proposal would move forward. And that concludes our statement. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Questions on the GMT report? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Katie, and to the whole GMT for the report. I have 2 questions on the cumulative non-stable fish trip limits. Did the GMT discuss doing those trip limits adjustments in a spec cycle? And if so, which spec cycle?
Through the chair or vice chair, thank you, Ms. Summer, for the question. We did not discuss specific harvest specifications, just whether the harvest specifications process would accomplish the same goal.
Thanks. And thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. A second report then. Just a clarification request. Yeah, the GMT report says that recommends that whale risk reduction analysis be done concurrently to the fixed gear marking item. When you say whale risk reduction analysis there, are you meaning analysis of the voluntary use of surface gear on one end of fixed gear ground line or something else?
Thank you for the question through the vice chair. That refers to the information found in the Endangered Species Work Group report, as well as the Oceana report. And there is, I believe, there should be a footnote. The footnote might have gone away. Okay, so that refers to the information in those 2 reports.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. All right, next up will be the GAP report. Welcome, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, or good, we're still morning. All right. I asked Harrison to come up here in case there's, help me with some questions. This is a gap report on agenda item H4A supplemental gap report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Limited Entry Gear Follow-on Actions and Fixed Gear Marking Scoping. The Groundfish Advisory Panel received an overview of this agenda item from Ms. Jessie Dofingus, Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, and Ms. Maggie Summer, National Marine Fisheries Service, and offers the following comments. With regards to gear marking, the GAP supports the following considerations for gear marking for the fixed gear fleet in order to assist in identification of gear types that may become entangled with different marine mammals. 1, the Council and National Marine Fisheries Service should build upon the experience of the West Coast states and stakeholders in their efforts to develop line and gear marking requirements for state-managed fisheries. Developing marking requirements that clearly identify gear types will be important. 2, developing a color code, one for pot gear and one for hook and line gear to be marked on the upper part of the fixed gear buoy line is recommended. Since there was a distinction in the humpback whale study concerning open access gear and limited entry fixed gear, the council should consider a third marking for open access sector. There may be different means to mark the gear, including sewing in a colored line into the ground line. We recommend that law enforcement work with industry and perhaps over time gear manufacturers can assist in providing marked gear. There have been industry recommendations to mark the gear down to 20 to 50 fathoms. The GAP recommends analyzing a range of gear marking options shorter than 20 fathoms because it's easier for fishermen to implement and use. 3, the GAP recommends all suggestions for marking buoys and surface gear as contained in NMFS report H4A1. These should be analyzed. It is the GAP's understanding that vessels are required to use their U.S. Coast Guard documentation number or state license number on their buoys. This seems to work well. 4, the GAP supports the National Marine Fisheries Service recommendation to further consider allowing fixed gear vessels to use surface gear on either end of their ground line rather than requiring surface gear at both ends of the ground line. This should be a choice for the vessel operator, as those vessels that deploy lighter gear have a higher probability of parting their gear, and having surface gear at both ends of the ground line can assist in retrieving hook and or pot gear. The GAP appreciates National Marine Fisheries Service intent to seek additional funding to assist fishermen with the cost incurred for future marking, gear marking, adapting to gear marking changes for all vertical line fisheries will demand more work on behalf of fishermen and will result in significant additional costs. With regards to limited entry follow-on actions, the GAP supports the following proposed follow-on actions to amend the limited entry fixed gear program. 1, allow longline endorsed vessels to use slinky pots. There are many reasons for this request, including whale predation on sablefish, bycatch reduction, and operational flexibility as noted in attachment 1. Recently, the killer whale pod from British Columbia has been taking sablefish off the hooks before they can be landed. This is largely off of Washington State. The slinky pot has been successful in reducing whale predation in Alaska. It is very light gear, type of gear, and can be used with existing longline ground lines. There was an expressed concern in one of the council reports that allowing this type of pot might result in additional gear being used. Currently, those vessels that have switched to slinky pots from hooks off Alaska find they are fishing the same number of sets, 3 to 4 per day. Light pots, like slinky pots, cannot be left in the water for a long time, or they can get lost, or the fish will die, resulting in financial loss. Fishermen will not want to lose their gear or their fish. Using slinky pots would decrease the gear conflicts and could reduce the number of vertical lines in the water. The gap supports including additional options that would create a single fixed gear endorsement and an option that would allow limited entry vessels to utilize any legal non-trawl gear. This would allow more flexibility and streamlines both the business side and management of this fishery. The GAP understands there may be financial impacts to some permit holders, but the benefits to the fishery as a whole will outweigh those impacts. 2, allowing cumulative non-sablefish limits by primary tier fish vessels. The GAP has previously supported analyzing this change to the tier program. For vessels with multiple tiers stacked, the cumulative limits can be exceeded and result in regulatory discards, primarily short spine, thorny heads, and lingcod. If the council moves this item forward, the GAP suggests limiting the scope to these 2 species. In response to the council staff question on when multiple cumulative limits would be allowed, we recommend it only be during the primary season. Additionally, in agenda item H4, attachment 1, June 2023, the authors make the following suggestion. The council could consider implementing a second set of trip limits for limited entry fixed gear primary fishery that would apply to all tier vessels that would be higher than those without a sablefish endorsed permit. This might be simpler to manage as it would just classify a vessel's landing allowance based on the presence of a sablefish endorsed permit rather than a non-sablefish endorsed permit. The GAP would also support analysis of this alternative for the 2 species of search spine and or lingcod. Alternative, the GAP would be supportive of looking at increasing the trip limits for all limited entry fixed gear vessels in the next harvest speculation cycle. The scoping document H4 attachment 1 looks at current attainment levels for non-trawl allocations of lingcod north and south and short spine north. In most cases, the non-trawl fishery has been under harvesting these allotments, leaving up to 50% of these allocations uncaught between 2017 and 2021. Agenda item H4A attachment 1 suggests that this measure could increase targeting of non-sable fish. However, the GAP doesn't believe this will be the case. Limited entry fixed gear fishermen will just be allowed to deliver the bycatch of abundant species they're currently discarding. It is difficult to target short spine, thorny head, and lingcod harvest is limited by markets in area, non-trawl rockfish conservation areas, for example. The GAP notes that additional lingcod opportunity may be afforded with the change to the non-trawl RCA boundary to 75 fathoms starting in 2024 off Oregon and California. 3, fourth, sablefish permit stacking. The GAP continues to support this request for analysis. Approximately 25% of the sablefish primary fishery vessels have recently had 3 sablefish permits stacked on them in any given year between 2014 and 2020, and some are interested in stacking a 4th permit. It is believed that this action would assist and encourage crew members to become owners of sablefish endorsed permits. Additionally, a 4th permit would allow a permit owner to expand their business through crew permit ownership. This suggested action presumes there would not be any changes to the 3 permit ownership limit. It also presumes should a 4th permit be stacked on a vessel, the 4th permit would be held by a person complying with the owner on board provision. 4, sablefish permit price reporting. The GAP does not see this as a difficult action to comply with. This can be added to the permit transfer application when a permit is sold. 5, minor additions, tier season start, end times, and pot escape panel position. If the council and NMFS are going to address where to put escape panels to limit ghost fishing, should a pot be lost, we note that pots can be pyramid in shape, rectangular shape, cylindrical in shape, and they're even trapezoidal shaped pots. The GAP supports escape panels on all pots, but consideration will likely be necessary for the differences in design where panels are positioned. On cost recovery, regarding the cost recovery, the GAP recommends the council and NIMS should consider tying cost recovery fees to the permit holder and not the vessel owner. The current recommendation has the boat owner responsible for the fee, but in many cases, the vessel owner is leasing the permit. Should the vessel owner not pay the cost recovery fee, the permit owner may not be able to utilize the permit the next season. The owner of the permit has the biggest incentive to pay the cost recovery fee. That concludes our GAP comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Questions on the GAP report? Krista Svensson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the GAP report. I have two questions that are related. The first is, did the GAP prioritize these items? I noticed they were numbered.
Through the chair, no, we did not prioritize these.
Okay, thank you. And if I may ask the second, thank you. And then the second one was, did the GAP have any conversation or the fixed gear representatives within the GAP about whether we should keep this as a full package or break it into a couple of packages as mentioned in the GMT report?
Through the chair, the GAP did not discuss breaking them into groups or bundling them in different fashions. We did not discuss that issue.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the report, Bob and Harrison, for being here. A question on page 2, number 2, the allowing the cumulative non-stable limits for primary tier vessels. I did take note that there was mention of utilizing the biennial specification process to amend those limited entry trip limits. But I noticed there was no mention of using the in-season tool, which is something that as recently as last year, we did use to bump up the lean cod trip limits. Was there any discussion about that?
Through the chair, as this issue developed, there were more ideas that came forward during the week. For instance, the NMFS concept, which is in the italicized wording, and then the spec process. I don't know if the spec process is similar to the process you're recommending. I think that would affect all vessels. It wouldn't just affect the limited entry fixed gear. For those boats that have 2 tier 1s or getting into 3 permits, they're the ones having the problem of exceeding their bi-monthly, because they usually take about 6 weeks to catch those fish when they have that many stacked. And so it was an attempt to make it more proportional, I think, was the NMFS suggestion. I think the GAP just would like to have some relief for those vessels, and whatever option works best for the council and NMFS, we recommend going down that pathway.
Thank you. That answers it. Thank you.
Hey, Caroline. Anyone else? Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks to the GAP for the report. Regarding 4th permit stacking on, I think, number 3 on page 3. Can you elaborate, if you're able to, on how that action might assist crew members to become owners of Sable Fish endorsed permits?
Well, I'm going to ask Harrison to help me on this maybe a little bit, but I'm going to take the first shot at it. As this program has matured, it's now about 20 years old. The fleet has reached sort of a static size, and the vessels are comfortable, or they're not bleeding off the number of permits they have stacked. And so new crew members come on, and they see what type of fishery it is and they like to become an owner in it. And for those vessels that are already have about 25% of the fleet in any one year seems to have three stacked permits. Some of our skippers would like to become owners of a resource that they haven't had an opportunity in the past. Being a vessel owner is very expensive, both in terms of liability and the vessel itself. And whereas owning quota is a way to be an owner in the resource. And it also assists a crewman in acquiring a job, as well as having additional income from being able to lease that to the vessel they fish on. So it may be a small number of participants that would benefit from this, but it would probably result in some vessel consolidation of permits, but it would also allow individuals that want to move into the pilot house or on deck to become an owner in the vessel. We did hear a discussion from Jesse yesterday that it may be difficult to keep the 3 permit ownership limit. So if this resulted that it had to be a 4, we probably would not support this. So I hope that helps.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Further questions? All right. Thanks, Bob. Harrison? Okay. And with that, that concludes our reports and takes us to public comment. I believe we have 4. Was it? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, Mr. Chadwick. Apologies. I need to scratch that out there.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Name's Dan Chadwick. I'll be representing the enforcement consultants, reading from agenda item H4 Supplemental EC Report 1. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with H4 limited entry fixed gear, follow-on actions, and fixed gear marking scoping, and have the following comments. Allow longline endorsed vessels to use slinky pots. The EC is not opposed to the use of slinky pots by longline endorsed vessels. The EC recommends defining collapsible pots separate from non-collapsible pots due to the differences in how the escape panels are applied. Consider referencing the definition used in the federal regulations off Alaska, so there's consistency regarding the placement of escape panels. The EC notes that Alaska regulations allow the escape panels to use biodegradable panel using up to number 30 untreated cotton thread, while West Coast regulations limit the thread size to number 21. If there is no management concern, the EC recommends using number 30 as the minimum thread size. The EC also recommends the council consider removing the specific gear endorsements. Adding special exemptions complicates enforcement. Allowing cumulative non-sablefish trip limits in the primary sablefish fishery. The EC is opposed to further complicating the challenge of determining if a vessel has exceeded its daily trip limit. It is complicated enough with the current open access and limited entry fixed gear trip limits. Having to calculate trip limits based upon the number of stacked permits is very difficult to enforce without having an automated system in place to monitor all landings in compliance with trip limits. Fixed gear marking, line marking. The EC recommends marking at least the upper portion of the float line, starting where it attaches to the buoy closest to the ground line with a specific color marking. The EC believes having a continuous mark for the first 5 fathoms at a minimum will allow enforcement to effectively evaluate compliance and the gear identified with a specific fishery without having to pull a portion of the gear off the bottom. Gear fishery specific buoy markings. The EC recommends having buoys marked to identify both a specific fishery and fisher or vessel. If applicable, defer to state gear marking regulations and ensure that any federal requirements do not cause confusion with marking requirements in any state fisheries. In line with the EC's general position to create consistency whenever possible between the fisheries, we are concerned with only requiring gear marking on vessels participating in the limited entry fixed gear fishery. The EC recommends the council consider option 2, move forward with the scoping limited entry fixed gear marking requirements along with all other sectors that use pot and long line fisheries under the Groundfish FMP. The EC would also like commercial directed halibut to be included in this option. As referenced in E1A supplemental EC report at this meeting, having vessels alongside one another in the halibut fishery adds enforcement challenges when one vessel is required to adhere to line marking regulations and the other one is not. Entanglement risk reduction measures. The EC discussed the NMFS recommendation to scope the use of surface gear on one or both ends. The EC recommends maintaining the requirement that both ends of the gear marked with surface gear. Marking one end would make it difficult to enforce unmarked portions of the gear. I'm going to start over. Marking one end would make it very difficult to enforce as unmarked portions of the gear could be set in a closed area. Minor additions, tier season start and end times, and pot escape panel positions. The EC supports changing the start and end times of the sablefish primary season dates and groundfish regulations from noon to midnight. Currently, if a vessel lands limited entry fixed gear limits prior to noon on the date the season opens, there could be confusion as to what time the landing occurred, as the fish ticket data only specifies the date of landing, not the time of day the landing occurred. The confusion could lead to the landing being credited to a tiered permit instead of the limited entry fixed gear daily trip limit. By changing the start and end times to coincide with the new calendar day rollover, it reduces the need to determine what time of day the offload occurred to differentiate between limits. The position of the escape panel. The EC recommends that the escape panel requirement be clarified for both open access and limited entry fixed gear fisheries to state that the escape panel be located on the upper section of the pot, not the bottom. The location of the escape panel on the pot is currently not defined. That concludes our statement.
Thank you, Dan. Great report. Questions for the EC? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet. All right. That concludes our reports. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break before we go to public comment. So we'll see you back at 10:55. I'm sorry for the delay. We're just going to get going here in a couple more minutes. So just thank you for your patience. Okay. Here we're back and we're public comment on H4. And with that, we'll start off with Bob Alverson, followed by Paul Clampett. Welcome, Bob.
Mr. Chair, I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. I'm Bob Alverson. For the record, our members, we have about 23 vessels that fish 45 of the tier permits off the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California. And we're supportive of the GAP report, specifically on the gear marking. This is probably one of the highest priorities to assist National Marine Fisheries Service to address the Center for Biological Diversity's lawsuit. We see this as one of the highest priorities facing the council in this issue. And then the second highest, we would put the ability to use slinky pots. We would also support the GAP recommendation of taking the limitation of and allowing them to be long line and pot gear for all the fixed gear fisheries. So that'd be their last paragraph under this agenda item. We have vessels in our group that purchased the pot endorsement. It was a premium cost to them, anywhere from 10 to maybe 15% higher than a regular permit. But they've also seen the damage that whale depredation can cause in Alaska, probably up to 30 to 40% of your catch being taken by whales at times. And so this is the right way to move and to protect the resource as well as provide a reasonable opportunity to harvest this resource. So those are our two highest priorities. The cumulative limits, if there can be some action either on that allows some additional bycatch allowance for those vessels that have multiple permits, it would be greatly appreciated. Rather than discarding them, according to the reports, we are leaving 30 to 50% of our allocations on these rockfish species in the water. And this would give another economic opportunity for those that have the multiple permits. On the fourth permit, we support the GAP recommendation. On there's two minor issues, permit pricing and minor additions. We're supportive of those recommendations. And under cost recovery, in Alaska, the permit holder is the one that is responsible for paying the cost recovery fee. And on those, in that operation, you can have 3 to 5 different permit holders on a single boat. In this program, on the tier program, we have most of the boats own their own permit, but you may have 2, maybe 3 different ownerships involved on the permits. And it just seems more efficiently that the owner of the permit has the biggest incentive to pay the cost of a recovery fee. Running it through the vessel owner, we think, and is not as direct. And so we would support billing the permit owner. No cash, no splash. So it's just, those are our comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bob. Question on Bob's testimony? Okay. Thank you, Bob. Okay. Next will be Paul Clampett, followed by Tara Brock.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Do you hear me?
We can.
Thank you very much, Chairman and council members. I'm Paul Clampett. I'm the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association. My family and I own the fishing vessel Augustine. We've been participating in the Sablefish fixed gear fishery for 38 years. We support allowing the 4th permit on a vessel in the tiered sablefish fishery. We believe that this will make it easier for new entrants to become invested in the fishery. Purchasing a boat is a huge financial risk. Rising operating costs, including higher interest rates, make it extremely difficult for a new entrant. By allowing a 4th tier on an existing vessel, as long as it's owned by a new entrant who is required to be on board the vessel, you eliminate the issue of consolidation and quota ownership and increase the use of capital tied up in existing vessels at the same time. With the increase in the sailfish quota, the fleet will have trouble harvesting this fish, but if another permit is allowed on existing vessels, we may help alleviate this problem. We foresee vessel owners who wish to maximize their operations helping their crew members obtain financing for sablefish tiered permits and thus increasing the opportunity for new entrants into ownership. We believe that making the nearest 5 fathoms of buoy line to the surface will show that the sablefish pot fishery has almost no interaction with whales. 5 fathoms is 30 feet, which should be adequate. Any more than 5 fathoms, we believe, will be an unnecessary burden. We think that there should be different colors used to delineate between the open access, limited access, and between hook and line and pot gear fisheries. Fixed gear vessels should also be allowed to use a single end. This would further reduce the already minuscule risk of entangling a whale. A best practices guide developed by Fixed Gear Fleet in conjunction with the National Fisheries Service and the Council should be developed, giving instructions on using weighted buoy line and limited gear floating on the surface to further reduce the risk of marine mammal entanglement. We also support allowing cumulative trip limits in the tiered limited entry fishery for those vessels with multiple tiers stacked. The bi-monthly rockfish limits can be exceeded and the result is regulatory discards. And that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul on his testimony? Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next up is Tara Brock, followed by Alexander Stubbs. Tara? Is she there?
Hi, good morning again. Thank you, Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Tara Brock with the conservation organization Oceana. As the council scopes conservation and management measures for the Groundfish limited entry fixed gear program, we recommend the council analyze additional measures to address protected species entanglements. As recognized by NMFS, fixed gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures are top priorities among the suite of fixed gear items considered under this action, because they are expected to aid in understanding and have the potential to reduce the risk of protected species entanglement in groundfish, pot, and longline gear. As an initial matter, we wanted to bring to the council's attention an inconsistency in the number of reported entanglements in groundfish fisheries. The NMFS report under H6 states that there have been 3 documented takes of humpback whales in groundfish fisheries, while the NMFS 2020 technical memo shows 5 takes over the same time period. This difference appears to be related to observed versus opportunistic entanglement sightings. And we encourage NMFS and the council to use data from all sources in future bycatch estimates and include this in future reports as recommended by the Endangered Species Work Group under H6. There are likely many more unobserved entanglements that are not accounted for in these numbers and unidentified entanglements that cannot be attributed to a specific fishery. Given this, we strongly support NMFS and the Council developing gear marking requirements, including unique buoy and line marking that help identify entanglements with groundfish fixed gear and to definitively rule out when it is not groundfish fixed gear. And we encourage close coordination with state Dungeness crab fishery line marking initiatives that are currently underway. We further encourage the Council to analyze and consider other regulatory measures to reduce entanglement risk during the scoping process. To that end, we would direct the Council to our comment letter under agenda item H6 on the Endangered Species Act Work Group report that details many recommendations. Fortunately, the Council does not need to reinvent the wheel given the work underway by the states to address whale entanglements, like those being implemented under the Risk Assessment and Mitigation Program for the California Dungeness crab fishery. Measures that the Council may consider scoping include time and area closures, whereby the Council establishes a process to determine when and where to close specific fishing grounds to conventional groundfish pot gear based on historic trends and real-time data of whale, sea turtle, and fishing gear presence. Authorizing the use of pop-up gear during times and in areas otherwise closed to conventional gear to prevent entanglements. 100% gear location monitoring of fishery locations where groundfish pots are deployed using vessel tracking devices such as solar loggers, automatic AIS, and hydraulic sensors, predictive whale and sea turtle density models, and expanded tracking of sea turtle and whale movements with tags and aerial and boat surveys, and gear restrictions, including limits on surface and trailing gear, like what has been implemented in the Dungeness crab fisheries. Again, these recommendations are laid out in our comment letter under H6 with some further details. And we thank the Council and NMFS for their attention to the whale and sea turtle entanglement issues in fixed gear fisheries. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tara. Question for Tara on her testimony? Not seeing any. So thank you, Tara. Next up is Alexander Stubbs.
To the chair, slinky pots were developed by me fishing out of the San Francisco Bay Area on a 25-foot boat, and they were developed as a labor-saving alternative to hand baiting longline gear and as a way to fish pot gear on smaller vessels. They've been used in Alaska since 2020, where there's a very quick transition towards slinky pots, both from vessels fishing longline gear and vessels switching from large traditional rigid pots. In 2022, slinky pots harvested approximately 50% of sablefish in Southeast Alaska, 75% in West Yakutat, and 55% in the Central Gulf. That's a shift from both traditional rigid pots and hook and line longline gear. They have a lower risk of crew injury than traditional rigid pots. They're easier to manage with a smaller crew than either longline or traditional pot gear. So if the Council decides to modify pot regulations regarding escapement panels and slinky pots, I'd suggest that the Council copies the wording recently passed by the North Pacific Council, allowing for the door on a slinky pot to be tied shut with cotton, such that when the cotton degrades, the door opens and allows the fish to escape. The Longline Survey and National Marine Fisheries Service in Alaska have done testing on this and confirmed that fish do in fact escape if the door is open. If the Council decides to move towards escapement panel regulations defining the top or bottom of a pot, I'd ask that the Council does that carefully with regard to slinky pots. It's difficult to define the top or bottom of a slinky pot because these pots roll around on the surface on the seafloor. I'd also suggest that while traditional rigid pots are prone to being sedimented in, and you really do need to worry about what is the top or bottom, slinky pots are much lighter and they're able to roll around on the seafloor. So defining regulatorily that there needs to be an escapement panel on what you think might be the top of the pot might be a lot less necessary for this gear type. I think the most important reason to allow slinky pots is the reduction in bycatch. The Observer Program in Alaska and side-by-side slinky pot longline survey data in Alaska shows that slinky pots catch approximately 10 times less rockfish than longline gear. As the RCA boundaries change, particularly in Southern California, limited entry fixed gear longline gear may interact with both cow-cod bronze-spotted rockfish and yellow-eye rockfish. Allowing slinky pots would allow southern sablefish to be harvested with much less chance of rockfish bycatch in the southern regulatory areas. There's zero bird bycatch using pot gear like slinky pots or traditional pot gear. That's something that we should be looking towards. And I'd also like to suggest that non-sablefish endorsed tier permits should be included in any action here. Particularly in Southern California, in the Santa Barbara region, there are a number of fishermen with non-endorsed permits that could use slinky pots on their smaller vessels. This would reduce rockfish bycatch while these vessels target sablefish in the southern region, especially as we're shifting RCA boundaries. Finally, I'd like to suggest that allowing a single downline would be beneficial to vessels fishing slinky pots. I did this on my small 25-foot boat. I believe under the regulations that if the gear is closely tended, you are allowed to be able to use one downline. And I think that allowing people that want to use lighter gear on smaller vessels, this would be really helpful. Carrying around 2 heavy downlines on your boat, especially if you're fishing small streams, you're have possibility of having both of those ends tangle with each other, and also just uses up more room on the vessel when you're fishing at great depths on a small boat. I also think that would have the number of downlines and reduce entanglement risks for whales. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Questions on Alexander's testimony? Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Alexander. And I wanted to thank you for the presentation last night. It was really informative. We've been talking about slinky pots for a while now, and I've seen videos, but I had never seen one in real life. So it was really great. Thank you for your time and for coming here. I also heard something too that we have not talked about relative to slinky pots, and I took away that there are some safety benefits too for, like you're saying, small boats and crew on them, and appreciated you adding that into how we think about slinky pots and what they bring to our fisheries. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Okay. Bob Dooley.
And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Alexander, thanks for coming. I concur with Heather's analysis. They're really very helpful. You mentioned closely tending. I had a couple thoughts on that in regards to one buoy line, and a couple thoughts. I know from my experience being a trawler that it's very useful to have 2 buoy lines because I know which way the gear's laying and I can successfully avoid it as you see it. I can get away from it. And I know that applies to tugboat captains from talking to them too, with barges going through and such. So, that hitting those and dragging them where they wouldn't be or cutting off the lines is detrimental. But I was intrigued by your comments on closely tending. Can you maybe expand on how this gear fishes and time-wise, and how is that a viable thing to say? Yeah, one buoy line is good if you're closely tending. I'm just curious what you could add to that. Thank you.
Through the chair, I guess one really important thing about slinky pots is that they fish much faster than traditional pot gear. So it is viable to go out in the morning, set your gear, haul it midday, reset it, and then haul it again at night right before it gets dark. You can actually haul one string of slinky pots twice in a 12-hour period. And so I think it's much more like longline gear than traditional pot gear in soak time, in that for whatever reason, the way the tunnels are designed, it's a finer material, so the fish go in much faster than traditional pot gear. And I think there's also just less total surface area for the fish to be able to find one entrance in a traditional pot, sort of the traditional Korean style pots versus two very easy to find entrances in slinky pots. So I'd say it would be viable for vessels to be able to start setting on the deep side, go up the side of a canyon, have one down line, closely tend that down line, and maintain radio contact with other vessels in the vicinity. And I guess the other thing that I'll say is that you don't necessarily need huge numbers of pots to be effective if you're fishing in areas of high CPUE. I have some customers that fish strings of 6 to 10 slinky pots on small vessels, and they're able to be pretty effective with that. I would fish strings of, I guess, 12 to 15 slinky pots sometimes on a 25-foot vessel. And I mean, there were times when you'd get a CPUE of over 200 pounds per pot on average. And so it really is good enough to fish a small string. And I'd say if you have to have two down lines, it's actually pretty difficult to keep those two down lines from tangling one another if you have very little distance in your string.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Alexander. Great answer. I appreciate it. Just your experience and understanding how it's used in other areas. Is this gear typically taken home at the end of a day, or is it left out for an extended period of time? How's it being used right now?
So it depends. We have many different models of slinky pots that range from a 27-inch diameter to a 40-inch diameter. And I'd say that with the smaller slinky pots, people would do a maximum soak time of maybe 24 to 36 hours. I'd say most of my customers on the coast in this region will take the gear in at the end of a day. They'll go out, drop the gear in the morning, and then bring it in the afternoon, because the way the trip limits are set up, they're perfectly able to catch their trip limit, even unless they're fishing either under gear switching provisions or tier permits where they have to catch a lot more fish. They're usually able to fish one weather window, go out, set the gear, haul the gear maybe one or two times, and then come in and they feel like they have enough fish either for their ice capacity or what they have of access to markets. I'd say that in Alaska, people often go to the larger 32-inch by 60-inch pots, and there they will leave the gear out on the grounds while they go in to deliver, come back out, haul the gear again. But it's not... I think there has been a tendency in some areas on the Pacific coast for people to fish large pots and leave them out on the grounds for extended periods of time. And that's not something that people would want to do with slinky pots, just because if there's a large weather event or swell or something, you don't have hundreds of pounds of pots anchoring your gear down. So people would always pull the gear in if there's a large storm or something like that. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a quick question about the having only one down line or buoy line. What happens if you break off? You can't go to the other end to run and pick it up. How easy is this gear to retrieve depending on the depths you're at if you don't have that other end to go to get?
So I've grappled back slinky pod gear successfully for fishing in fairly deep water and like 400 fathoms. It is possible. I'm not going to say that's a fun experience. It's not, you're not always successful. It's difficult to calculate with the current. I'd say if you have a longer string, you're more likely to be able to grapple it back and get the gear back. I'd say normally, if in my experience fishing this gear with two down lines, if you have a really terrible tangle in one down line, you'll often go you'll part the gear hauling on it from one end, then go to the other end, try to haul the gear. And sometimes if you're using lighter line, like people try to do with this gear, you might part it on both ends at the same spot. And so you can grapple it back. It's like any gear. I think it's a lot less likely to in my experience, be snagged than traditional large pot gear or hooks, just because it's a round pot that doesn't have sharp angles to catch onto things. And also the pot web tears if you catch sort of old longline gear that's on the bottom or something. And so I think that actually mitigates some amount of gear loss and makes it a little easier to retrieve than traditional pot gear, for instance. But I'm not going to pretend that nobody's ever lost a slinky pot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. All right. Who else? Appreciate your time. Appreciate your presentation last night. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. With that, that concludes public comment. Takes us to council action. Oh, Maggie Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we might have a bit of discussion first, I have some comments to offer.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Just have a few comments that we'd like to offer in response to some of the information received in the advisory body reports and otherwise on some of these topics. Regarding cost recovery, we note the GAP recommendation to have the responsible party be the permit owner rather than the vessel owner, and we would support adding that to the range, but we would like to retain vessel owner at this time so that we can further evaluate the administrative feasibility and any potential complexities of both. Regarding gear marking, we noted various recommendations for the length of line from the surface to be marked, and we would recommend a range of 5, 20, and 50 fathoms to be marked for further evaluation, and would like to see analysis of a variety of marking methods. Again, there was quite a bit of information in the workshop report and the feasibility report. Regarding the option to use surface gear on only one end of the ground line, and the EC recommendation for both ends due to enforcement concerns related to closed areas. We appreciate the EC pointing out the difficulty that could pose. We hope that issue and potential solutions will be explored if this item, if the council chooses to proceed with this item. And then regarding fourth permit stacking, both the GAP and the GMT referenced the own and hold limit, including the comment that the GAP presumed there would be no change. Wanted to relay preliminary input from NMFS that in order to allow stacking of 4 permits, we think that the own and hold limit, which says that no individual person, partnership, or corporation in combination may have ownership interest in or hold more than 3 permits with Sablefish endorsements, either simultaneously or cumulatively over the primary season, would need to be modified because all permits registered to a vessel count toward the vessel owner's hold limit. Again, that's our preliminary determination. We will review it further, but I wanted to put that out there for council consideration given the assumptions that were presented in the GAP report. Thanks. That concludes my comments at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Okay. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I think some of the silence you're getting is a number of us are trying to get clear in our head all the pieces and parts of this, which is thank you for the break a little bit ago to help us get that coordinated. And then what is the most efficient, what is the most efficient way to move forward, as well as 2, what do we have the capacity to move forward? Given some recent changes in council staffing, other workload with NMFS, coming up upon the spec cycle, those are all considerations in how we maybe package this and move forward, given having some realistic expectations on what the capacity is. I know we're working on some recommendations, but just a couple of thoughts I wanted to throw out as we begin this discussion some more.
Okay. Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I just want to start by saying that how much I appreciate how the information on this limited entry fixed gear follow-on was presented and included also the gear marking issue that's come up along with this. As I mentioned during the presentation, all of the materials were really clear and well laid out. The NMFS report helped as well. I appreciate the input from the EC, the GAP, and the GMT too. As Ms. Mattis said, there's a lot of information here too, so we also don't want to miss anything. The limited entry fixed gear follow-on actions were prioritized on the council's groundfish workload priority list. So I really appreciate that we're at this point where we're looking at seeing those, the outcomes from that program review and the improvements that we saw and the industry saw come to the council's table for consideration. So thought a lot about that as we're trying to provide some recommendations here too. I know this is just scoping, but also want to be clear and help council staff. I know there is potentially a lot of workload associated here too. So putting the different recommendations together in a way that helps council staff and NMFS accomplish the goals and achieve our outcomes is also important too. So I'll reserve the opportunity for others to comment, but I also have a written summary of recommendations, not intended to be a motion, but just a description of those when folks are ready.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And yes, I echo a lot of what Ms. Hall just said. I do note that this is scoping, and that in the spirit of scoping, we do want to seek information and we do want to understand about all of these. But I do recognize there are some staffing concerns, and there is a full schedule for groundfish in general as we head into our specifications process. One that certainly stood out for me was related to the non-sable fish cumulative trip limits. In reviewing the staff presentation and noting that maybe not many of the vessels are reaching those trip limits, and also noting the EC report that the suggestion to add additional trip limit lines would further complicate the fishery. I might be of the mindset that our current in-season or standing in-season agenda item tool, in addition to our upcoming specification process, would be a good vehicle to address that and review it outside of this process. I'd be supportive of that. And then generally speaking, for the rest of them, I think that scoping them and including them to move forward will help us kind of understand maybe some more priorities moving into the fall, and understanding where we should take some in different pathways or all together. I think right now on the onset looking at it, looks very obvious that pathway number 2, I think that was in the staff report, or 2 pathways for the line marking, would be the most prudent, given there is a lot here. There's a lot to digest and a lot to work through. So those are preliminary thoughts around the room I think we'll hear more about in a moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple of thoughts that maybe picking up on. In the process of stacking 4 permits rather than 3, that I would hope the analysis would take into consideration the potential for latent capacity in that fleet. If there's going to be consolidation, if that goes, and you could have latent capacity, and how that might affect other sectors, in just make sure I would like to see that in the analysis as well as they approach it from that direction as well. So that's one thing. And then also looking at the 2 buoys, 1 buoy issue of marking that, like I mentioned before, from a perspective of actually entangling that gear by other gears, it's really nice to know which way it's laying, which way it's going. And I would understanding that we need flexibility to do both, to have one mark, one, the tending issue. I just hope that's part of the analysis as well, that potential for actually encountering this gear with maybe trawl gear or, tug and tows, things like that, barges that could pull it off of where it's supposed to be or cut it off and you end up with ghost fishing. That's also been mentioned, but just, I hope the analysis kind of looks into that a bit. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm in agreement. And I guess one of the things I'm really interested in, having been at that Slinky Pot presentation last night, is the health and safety piece, both from just the weight of those permits. And I didn't necessarily see that folded into questions for consideration. So just looking at kind of long-term analysis. We've talked about weight, but we haven't necessarily talked about line biting and that opportunity as well, which was discussed last night, where we can possibly reduce injuries in a couple of components. And I think that is something that's important. And I think it also provides potentially more opportunity for those of us that are not necessarily the biggest and the strongest. Lifting around a pot that weighs 11 pounds is a lot less likely to hurt your back, et cetera. So some consideration around that, I think, could be helpful.
Thanks, Krista. Okay. Well, Heather, if you want to share your list, that would be wonderful. We're not seeing any hands.
Sure. Thank you, Sandra and Kim. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate that. I'm just taking some notes here too. So I'll just start. I can read through this, but start by explaining that we heard that it would be helpful to have some recommendations here written down. So to provide clarity, I worked with my state counterparts to get something drafted here. After we got the advisory body reports last night, I know there may be other recommendations that come from other council members. So I don't mean these recommendations to preclude input from others. So, but tried to work through the items as completely as possible. So as I mentioned, these recommendations consider the input from the GAP, the GMT, the EC, the information from the NMFS reports, and as suggested that we considered, it's broken into 2 packages. So the first being the fixed gear package that would move separately on a separate regulatory package than the limited entry fixed gear follow-on actions. So let's see, starting here for gear marking. So this recommendation, I think, came from the GMT and the GAP, is to develop gear marking requirements holistically for all fixed gear sectors. So that would include federal limited entry, fixed gear, directed open access, and IFQ gear switchers. I did hear the EC's interest in including the directed halibut fishery in this gear marking, but didn't include it here based on our conversation this morning. I hope that's something we can perhaps take up in another process. Relative to the line marking requirements, analyze marking requirements at 5, 20, and 50 fathoms. Consider prohibiting marks required by other fisheries. For example, the Dungeness crab fishery, which is going through this process on the West Coast right now. And then also that the analysis look at different types of line marking methods, such as unique line. And when I say unique line, what I mean by that is something that is manufactured specifically for a sector, or in the case of the crab fisheries, we're looking at line for Washington, Oregon, and Dungeness crab. That's distinctly different from each other. But also include looking at line marking that is using tape or paint, and that consider perhaps a phased approach that might include that unique sector-specific line, but potentially an interim line marking requirement that would employ tape or paint. Those are considered in the gear marking. I realized I left this out. I had it in another version of my draft this morning, and I don't know if it's okay to add it, but I did want to make sure that the surface gear is marked uniquely as well. That was another recommendation. So the buoys or the surface gear is marked. And this was also something that was just discussed in our pre-discussion, but whether or not there is a mark at both ends of the gear, and I didn't include that in here, but perhaps it'd be good to analyze both options where there's a one mark surface gear or two at each end of the long line. So then on the limited entry fixed gear follow-on, this would be a separate then package that would look at just the limited entry fixed gear actions, and starting with allowing slinky pots. The recommendation here is to move this one forward and include in the range of alternatives an alternative that would remove the specific gear endorsements, allowing vessels to use the most efficient type of fixed gear for the target species, and an alternative that the gear allowance is extended to all legal non-trawl gear. And then within this slinky pot use, appreciated the EC's recommendations here to also look at the rules that are would be in place if this were approved as a gear, and consider the recommendations to define the collapsible pots that separately from the non-collapsible pots. I thought the slinky pot presentation that we had in Alexander's testimony this morning offer a good reason why those two should be described differently, separately. Also looking to the Alaska regulations for the requirement for the biodegradable thread that closes the escape mechanism. Relative to allowing the cumulative non-stable fish limits by primary tier vessel, this gets at the question that Ms. McKnight just brought up, and the idea that what this would look like. I understand from the gap and in some of the discussions, this could get really complicated. And so one idea came forward that might satisfy the interest in this is just looking at removing the follow-on item that would allow cumulative non-stable fish limits by primary tier vessels, removing that from the follow-on package, and alternatively look at increased trip limits for all limited entry fixed gear vessels in the 2025-26 harvest specification cycle. Regarding the fourth sablefish permit stacking, move this measure forward for analysis. And then the bullet here is from the gap statement, and this would be to presume that there are no changes to the 3 permit ownership limit, and that the 4th permit would be held by a person complying with the owner on board provision. The removal of the base permit, remove this forward for analysis. This site from the presentation and the documents in the briefing book seemed like a fairly simple change to make. For the sablefish permit price reporting, I think the GAP also mentioned that this would be a fairly simple thing for them to start doing, and supporting that from the NMFS report. Also including this requirement for all limited entry fixed gear permits rather than just sablefish permits would help just improve the kind of information that we're getting. So included that in this recommendation. Relative to cost recovery, also move this forward. I appreciated the input from the GAP that the permit owner is responsible for paying the cost rather than the vessel. So include that in the analysis. And then this final item came from the NMFS report, and the tier season start and end times and the pot escape panel position. Also thought the input from Alexander on the slinky pot was really helpful to this discussion. So recommending that this go forward per the table in the NMFS report, and then also consider the input from the GAP describing the various configurations that are used for pot gear. That's it.
Okay, that's a pretty good list. Discussions on the list? Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hall, for this written guidance. I think this is really helpful if this is indeed what the council would like us to do. Just in terms of, I guess, some expectation management, given our shorthanded staffing situation that we find ourselves in. What I would propose we do is, assuming that this is what everyone is on board with us proceeding to do, is to take that sort of the staffing limitations into account, let Kelly and I take a step back and talk with NMFS. And when we get to September, the ask in September is to identify the range of alternatives. And at that time, we would be in a position of letting you know what we can feasibly do. And I think that's part of the range of alternatives discussion. So between now and then, we will work on backfilling, and we should have a good degree of clarity by September about that. There's also possibilities for contractors. None of that happens immediately, but in September, I think we should have that clarity, and that would be a place where we can say, here are the alternatives that we want to proceed with, and this is what's feasible for us to do. So I would propose that we proceed that way, given our resources at the moment.
Thank you, Merrick.
Thank you. I think that sounds like a great approach. I think this is, yeah, that sounds great to me. Thank you.
Okay. Lynn?
Yeah, just want to thank Heather and Caroline, and Krista helped us all too. So I want to make sure Krista gets some acknowledgement there. And do understand the limitations with short-staffed. Our agency is in that same position like most places. Based on discussions with NMFS, I don't know that we're at the point of prioritizing these two separate packages yet, but based on some discussion with NMFS, I think the gear marking piece might be the higher priority deal to some litigation issues, the BIOP issues. And then the other package may be slightly less priority as far if we have to start thinking that way. That's a little bit of what I got out of some of our discussions. Not sure if that's helpful as we move forward or not, but one it felt should share.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would hope that we're not limited to this list and that the other comments that have been made during this discussion and prior would be considered in the analysis. And one other thing I point out, when we analyze different types of line marking methods, such as unique line and such, I thought I saw some comments that were concerned about the economic burden of actually going to a manufactured line over a painted line. And I would hope that analysis in comparison of what kind of economic burden we might put on the various sectors and fisheries that could, cause a lot of cost as opposed to paint and tape and things like that. So I hope that's part of the analysis as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Kristen?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm appreciative of this approach. I think that gear marking is important for people for a number of reasons. Obviously, if we can't keep fishing, that's going to be an extreme economic impact to all of us. But I am also appreciative of the fact that we have essentially kept the rest of it together as a package at this time. There are a lot of issues, and depending on who you talk to, things are more or less important. And we may, as we go down the path, need to think about that package again. But I am really pleased to see that we are looking at this holistically right now, and keeping things as whole as they can be, while acknowledging we do have challenges with staffing for everyone.
Thank you, Kristen. Caroline? Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Caroline. I have a couple clarifying questions and comments on Heather's guidance specifically, but first I'd like to ask Mr. Dooley a question on his remark a moment ago, if I may.
Please.
Thanks. Bob, I think you said you hope we're not limited to this list. And I wonder if you could clarify what you mean by that. I mean, we have a lot of items and proposals on this list, and we will need to be clear and narrowing going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie, for the question. I was referring particularly like the two comments I made on the permits and consolidation and how that might affect the 4 permit stacking versus 3, and how that could affect other fleets. And I just want that perspective in the analysis so we have it to, so as the comments that are made, not only by me, but there were other comments that might not be on this list. I would hope that they were, those ideas or those were included in the analysis. The other one was the 2 buoy issue and how it's informative of understanding where the gear lies by other sectors, other vessels, other even not fishing vessels, and how it keeps entanglements and gear conflicts away. So I just think we need to look at the flexibility of that. Obviously, there's places where you don't have a lot of traffic and you might want to use 1. There's other places where you might want to use 2. So I'm looking to have that in the analysis at least. It's not a decision, it's just considered as we go forward, because it may change our mind in the ultimate decisions. So thank you. Hope I was clear.
Thanks. Yes. Thanks, Vice Chair. Thank you for the guidance, Heather, and for pulling all of these pieces together so comprehensively. I will note, I also appreciate Director Burden's comments on staff evaluating how to move forward on these and packaging and timeline, et cetera. I will just note that one thing that might make sense is to include the pot gear escape panel item in the fixed gear package, since that would not be specific to limited entry pot gear. So just a comment there. On gear marking, and not specifically called out in the written guidance here, but the entanglement risk reduction measures. I'll just reiterate that those are NMFS's priorities. And on that, just looking to clarify, Heather, your verbal comments, where I think you referred to one mark at each end of the gear, or I think you said that. I assume that you are referring to the potential change to allow surface buoys and surface gear on only one end of a ground line. Noting, and I'll note that any surface gear would need to be marked, whether it's one end or both ends. So just looking for clarification that that's your intent.
Yes, thank you. You said it better than I did.
Thanks. And then the last thing on the fourth sablefish permit stacking, again, following up on my comments a few moments ago, our preliminary review suggests that we think that the 3 permit owner and hold limit would need to be changed to accommodate permit stacking, because all permits registered to a vessel count against the vessel owner's hold limit. They count as being held by that vessel owner while they're registered to the vessel. Again, this is our preliminary consideration. We'd like to review it more, but we can do that. And when this comes back, we'll provide that information and the council can decide whether it would like to proceed further with this potential change or not.
Thank you, Maggie. Caroline, did you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a matter of acknowledging some of the staffing limitations, this question I think is for Mr. Burden. Is there anything in this council guidance that would suggest that it all couldn't come back in September together? Or is the intent, since we've made a recommendation here for 2 pathways, that the timing and split would be discussed at September? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. It's difficult for me to identify what we could and could not do at this time. So what I would intend to do is, convene a discussion with our deputy director and with NMFS and talk about what our resources would allow us to do. And in September, you would be given a set of trade-offs essentially. So we might say we're able to do 5 of these. Which 5 would you like? Something like that.
Right. Thank you.
Hey, Caroline. All right. Anyone else? Before I turn to Jesse to see how we're doing on this item. Jesse.
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, I think you have covered your action today. Really appreciate the written guidance and discussion, and took some notes on some of the notes here that didn't get addressed in the written motion, but maybe where we move around, like the escape panels to fixed gear, and we'll consider the 3rd permit a hold issue later once we have more information back from NMFS. But we will take this, and as Executive Director Burden said, we'll bring back some more to y'all in September on what we're going to be able to do and on these actions. So thank you for completed your action today.
Well, thank you, Jesse, and everyone involved. Just a lot of clarity, I think, in the presentations and reports that really add value, and just great work by everyone. And with that, I'm going to hand the gavel back to Chair Grelnick.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. Great work by the council this morning, of course, aided by staff. We are on schedule. We have marine planning this afternoon that is scheduled for 3.5 hours, but you never really know how long that's going to take. But because it's a beautiful day outside, we'll We'll take a little bit longer lunch than we might ordinarily take. We'll come back here at 1:20, and that'll give you a little more time to explore the farmer's market, and then we'll tackle marine planning. So see you back at 1:20.
Recording stopped.
And then
We're live.
All right, council members, it is 1:20. Trains must run on time. We must get to marine planning. So if folks could take their seats. We'll get started in a minute. Just before we get started here, I want to welcome John Ugoritz to the table in his virtual form and welcome Mike Harrington to the council table. Welcome, Mike, for the state of Oregon. So before we get started with marine planning, we are honored to have Jennifer Quan, our new Western Regional Administrator for the National Marine Fisheries Services here, and I'd like to invite her up to the table to offer some comments.
Well, great. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Thanks for squeezing in a little bit of time on your agenda today and just being allowed to introduce myself. I'm really excited to be here. I started about 2 months ago. Just a little history about me. I've been working in and around fisheries management, resource management, marine resource management almost my whole career. Most recently, I came from the U.S. Senate where I was working on the Commerce Committee and the Oceans Subcommittee, doing oversight on NOAA. That included all of their offices, whether it was fisheries, National Ocean Service. So coming from there, and we are rich off of a lot of last 2 years good legislation that I think we'll all be benefiting from funding-wise for the next couple of years, and you'll hear more about that over the next couple months. Prior to that, I was working with NMFS, largely in the Puget Sound in the regulatory branch. And before that, a pretty long career at Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. During that time, I did serve on the Habitat Committee here at PFMC, and also touched a lot on MSA issues as it faced potential reauthorization rounds.
Recording in progress.
So a lot of touches. And really appreciate the work you do. So, you know, with all that, I come here and with acknowledging that the work the council does is incredibly critical. And the relationship that NMFS has with the council is incredibly critical. And I think I'm coming in benefiting from what I understand to be a very good working relationship and want to, you know, enforce with you all that I'm committed to continuing that legacy. So excited about that. One thing I would just say, just so you guys know, where I'm planning to show up in this forum moving forward is largely, you will see it, and I'm glad to be here for this afternoon's agenda is in offshore wind, as we're engaging and trying to advance the administration's desire to move wind forward. I'm also really interested in making sure that I understand the needs of the fisheries, the needs of our science, and that those are adequately addressed at the offshore wind tables. I will also say, though, and we've talked a little bit, I heard a little bit about staff resources today. We do have limited staff resources, so you may want to see our engagement more. We're not going to be able to be everywhere all the time. It's going to have to be a pretty strategic engagement, but I do want to express that that is a priority for me. Other than that, a couple other things that are on my mind. Climate ready fisheries. I think that's a term that you may be hearing more. What it is, I think it's up for us to decide on the Pacific Coast. I haven't seen an explicit definition of climate ready fisheries, but it is an initiative for NOAA fisheries. There will be some funding associated with the Inflation Reduction Act to help the councils tackle climate ready fisheries. And like I said, I think there are a lot of places here at the council and opportunities for that funding to help advance some really innovative ideas. The council on the Pacific Marine Fisheries Council is known for its innovative work. And I guess I would go back a little bit. One thing I did want to express, in all my history, the Pacific, working with the council, the Pacific Council has been recognized as the most functioning, most innovative, and working council in the nation. And I would say, just coming back to touching it after being at CCC, I would say that still holds true. So I'm just wanted to recognize that, that I feel that, and excited to be engaged with you all. So Climate Ready Fisheries, IRA, funding coming soon, and I think we'll know more about that later in July. The other thing that it's probably a little more on the serious front, and I heard a little bit of it and was glad to hear recognition of limitations around workforce. And I'm not really here to talk about, oh, we don't have enough people. I'm talking a little bit, and I've been talking in all forums where I'm doing meet and greets about our future workforce and probably the struggles we're all facing relative to hiring and retaining our workforce. I'm finding that our incoming workforce isn't familiar with our standard operating procedures, isn't familiar with the cultures that we've created in the past. They may not even like them. And so I think we all have some work to do as we think about workload, piling on workload. And I hear that there's been a ton of improvement here, and I'm excited about that. I bring it up because I think it's something we all need to have, not in the back, but in the forefront as we're talking about work, how hard the work is. We're recruiting passionate people, and I want to keep them. And I think just as we're adapting with climate and everything else, we're going to have to adapt to a new generation going forward. So those are a few things that are on my mind. There's tons. I look forward to meeting all of you at some point, and we'll just stop there to take questions.
Well, thank you for your kind comments about our council. I think really by not being dysfunctional, we have a leg up on some other councils. So I want to see if there are any questions, polite questions, please, of Jennifer Quan around the table, or any comments, welcoming. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ms. Quan. Thanks, Jen. Great to see you. I know I'm elated that you are in the position that you are, knowing your values and knowing the respect that you have for the council process and for our fisheries and maintaining healthy, sustainable fishery populations as well as healthy fisheries. That's, I think, going to get tougher and tougher to do. So it makes the council's work and National Marine Fisheries Service work and the states working together along with the tribes all that much more important from my perspective. And hearing that you will be engaged in the wind energy discussions and looking out for the welfare of the resource, the science, and the fisheries is very good to hear. And I think all of us around the table are really happy to hear your engagement, intent to be engaged in that. So I hope you'll stop by frequently and visit the council. We, as you said, we do have an incredible partnership between the council members, council staff, states, tribes, and National Marine Fisheries Service. It's really strong. And I think if of anything, it's one of the pillars that has made our council so successful. So again, congratulations on your appointment. I'm delighted that you're there, and we all look forward to working with you.
I don't know. Oh, Corey Ridings, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Quan, for being here. It's nice to see you here. I wanted to ask a quick question about the IRA funding for climate-ready fisheries. Dr. Werner was here earlier in the week and we got a chance to briefly discuss with him. But as you noted, this council has been a leader among councils when it comes to thinking about climate and fisheries. And Cisco talked a lot about some really cool science products, but this is a council we manage. So I'm wondering if you could share some of your thoughts about how some of that funding might be used to help translate some of that science into management.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of opportunities, and I think I don't have specifics quite yet on the criteria coming out. So, I'm going to be kind of more high level and lofty in my thinking around that. But I think, and we were just talking about some of these ideas at lunch, so I'm trying to see if I can remember them because lunch is cooking in right now. But some of them might be, how we switch and advance our processes for adaptability to respond to climate. So if we're having a really hotter weather year versus a colder weather year, are we switching to a tuna season instead of a salmon season? I'm being very high level about that. We were talking about a little bit about some opportunities. I'm looking at Keely right now, see if I can remember. With some of the groundfish, I think it was the permitting processes, monitoring processes that can be tied to being adaptive to the fisheries. So I think it's really just taking, I don't know if it's so much in my mind, and Cisco might disagree a little bit about more science, but taking the science and taking some risks with pilots and other ideas that have been out there, but we just haven't had a chance or a set of resources to take advantage of. Yeah.
I want to say council leadership had an opportunity to work with you during the CCC meeting, and we really are enthusiastic about our future working relationship. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Quan. I'm looking forward to working with you and meeting with you, and I'm really happy you're here today. I know when you were at the CCC meeting, you heard extensively about Marine Resource Education Program, and I just wanted to mention that, how much this council participates in that, how much in the past there's been financial as well as a lot of staff time, how much your agency has also participated. We can't work without that. And addressing your issue, your comments on getting people involved in the process, keeping people involved in the process, it's one of the major tools in my view. And I would really encourage you to stay involved and to keep supporting it, as well as come and attend. We're doing one in September in Santa Cruz, and you're more than welcome. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Brad hit me up on that one too. So I'll see if I can make that happen.
All right. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And pleasure to be able to greet you today. I think I was on a call with you earlier in the week. So I'm Joe Oatman. I'm a NMFS tribal member, but I represent 26 tribes here in the council process that have federally recognized fishing rights. And so for the tribes, it's pretty critical that NOAA, as well as kind of whole of, federal government, administers, discharges your treaty and trust responsibilities to the tribes in a manner appropriate for the rights that we hold and the contributions that, we make here within this council process. So whether it's, climate ready fisheries or the enormous impacts, that offshore wind will have on our treaty and trust resources and the fisheries that they support is critical for us to be able to work with you and others to make sure that we have healthy and abundant and harvestable stocks such that these tribes, wherever they're located and where they fish, are able to go out there and get fish to meet their needs. So look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's something I probably should have mentioned before is my tribal engagement, tribal relations is right up there, probably in front of, at the top, before wind even, just making sure that we and I and NMFS continues to build on that. And we are working really hard internally to expand those engagements. I think you'll see that just about in everything we do. So I'm glad you're here too and look forward to working with you. Thanks.
All right, I'm not seeing any more hands, so thank you. And you'll be around through the day, so there'll be a break and maybe even after the close of today's meeting where you can buttonhole Jen and ask her further questions. So thank you, Jen. Thanks for being here. All right, we will resume our regularly scheduled programming with our marine planning update. And for that, I will turn to Staff Officer Kira Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. Good afternoon. This is agenda item C3, a marine planning update. The council's marine planning committee met on May 18th this year for their normal pre-council meeting and considered several topics and wrote a report that is in your advanced briefing book materials. That meeting focused mostly on California activities, of which there are many. You'll hear more about those in a few minutes. We also had a sort of a virtual meet and greet with Katie Westfall, who is National Marine Fisheries Service Senior Policy Advisor on offshore wind. So it was really great to get some virtual FaceTime with her and have some interaction and let her get to know the MPC a little bit and take a couple of questions. And then we had updates, excuse me, on Oregon and Washington activities, as well as a tribal update. And those are all in that MPC report 1. Then we also had a June 6th MPC meeting. We'd scheduled that in anticipation of the public release of the draft Oregon wind energy areas from BOEM. So we thought we'd be clever and get ahead of the game and go ahead and schedule and notice a MPC meeting. Turns out that the draft wind energy areas have not been publicly posted for comment. So that wasn't going to happen on June 6th, but it actually turned out well because in the meantime, the 5 California lessees, their leases were executed. And so that has kicked off a timeline for several things, including the requirement to develop fishery communications plans. So we used that June 6th meeting to invite the 5 California lessees. 4 of them joined us virtually and introduced themselves and talked about their approach, philosophy towards fishery communications plans, and we had a good back and forth. So that was an effective use of that meeting. We also got an update from the West Coast Oceans Alliance, and then we also talked about the MPC structure and function. And the report from that is also in your supplemental briefing book materials. I'm going to skip the summary of the first meeting because you'll be hearing more about that in a minute from Mike Conroy as part of the MPC report. I want to note we have 2 guests with us today. Doug Bourne is the Pacific Region Director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and he'll be giving some virtual remarks here in person. And then we also have John Hansen, who's the Director of the West Coast Oceans Alliance, and he'll be giving some verbal remarks online, and they can both take questions as well. Your action today is to consider the 2 Marine Planning Committee reports and provide guidance. There are a couple of recommendations in there, I think, especially in report 2 that you'll want to consider. And then also consider the continuation of the Marine Planning Committee and provide direction regarding membership and process. So recall that 2 years ago, when you formed the ad hoc MPC, as part of the guidance, it said, hey, let's see how this goes. Let's do 2 years at least, and then revisit it in 2 years. And, see where we are, see if the membership seems about right, if the function is about right, if, the effectiveness is what you were hoping for, that sort of thing. So you should think about that issue today as well. For reference materials, in addition to the 2 MPC reports, you have supplemental reports from the GAP, the CPSAS, the HMSAS, the SAS, and the Habitat Committee. And then there's also an attachment that is to the agenda item that is a letter from the Oregon governor and 2 Oregon senators and 2 Oregon representatives regarding the Oregon offshore wind planning process. And did I mention the HC also has a report? I'm not sure if I mentioned that. There's 5 supplemental AB reports. The order of events today, after my overview, we'll go to the MPC report, reports 1 and 2. They're summarized in a set of PowerPoint slides, and Mike Conroy is here, and he'll be walking through those. You will not be reading each report verbatim. And then we'll invite Doug Bourne to come up and give you an update and have a conversation as you wish. And then John Hanson also, again, online. And then we'll go to the AB reports and any public comment. And then again, your council action is to consider the Marine Planning Committee report or reports and provide guidance. That concludes my overview. I can take any questions about the agenda item itself, or we could turn to the MPC reports.
All right, well, let's see if there are any questions on the overview. And I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll invite Mike Conroy forward. Welcome, Mike.
Morning, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Mike Conroy. I'm one of the co-chairs of the council's Marine Planning Committee. And as Carrie noted, there were 2 reports that were submitted in advance of this meeting in the advanced briefing book. MPC Report 1, which was primarily focused on California-related activities, and then our supplemental MPC Report 2, which we invited the lessees, the current leaseholders off the state of California to join us and participate. 4 out of those 5 leaseholders took us up on that offer, and we had a detailed discussion about the fisheries communications plans that are required under the lease and whatnot. You'll notice at the back of our supplemental report 2 is an appendix that includes the slides that the California Energy Commission shared with us during our May 18th webinar. Those were not available to us in advance of the advanced briefing book deadline because they hadn't been made public yet. The Energy Commission had a public workshop, I think it was on either May 31st or June 1, upon which those slides or a version of those slides were shown, and they sent us the slides that they showed us during our May meeting, so that we then just appended that onto our supplemental report 2. And then I'm just going to summarize what's included in these 2 reports. So MPC Report 1, despite it being California focused, I do want to point out that there's an important tribal component to our Report 1. It highlights recent engagement opportunities between interested tribes in Bohm and Bessie, and then included as a link to a May 2023 resolution adopted by the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians, which functionally mirrors an earlier resolution adopted by the NCAI. Both of these are asking that the Department of Interior in Bohm take immediate action to develop a comprehensive and transparent procedure that adequately protects tribal, environmental, and sovereign interests, and requesting that until this procedure is developed and implemented, that all scoping and permitting for offshore wind be halted. With regard to what you see on the slide here, with regard to the Coastal Commission, last year, the California Coastal Commission conditionally concurred on BOEM's request for a consistency determination for the lease sites off of California. One of the conditions required the establishment of a working group consisting of fishing organizations and representatives from different regions and ports of the state, representing different fisheries and gear types, and both in the commercial and recreational sectors. And then lessees and state and federal agency staff were also invited to participate in that working group. The working group is tasked with developing a statewide strategy for avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of impacts to fishing and fisheries that prioritizes fisheries productivity, viability, and long-term resilience. You'll be happy to know that in conversations with the Coastal Commission staff, processors will be included within that working group. The Coastal Commission was also encouraged to consider including out-of-state representation, given that the marine resources that migrate through the lease sites are part of their journey on their way to both Oregon and Washington as well. For your information or knowledge, the actual language of this Condition 7C working group is included as an appendix to our MPC Report 1. In terms of filling that out, we expect nominations to go out for that working group sometime this month, and the plan is for the Coastal Commission to convene the first meeting of that sometime in August. With regard to the California state lands, they came and provided us an update on the demo project that is proposed in state waters just north of Port Arguello, just above the Southern California Bight in California. As you will recall, I think the last time we brought this to you, there were two project proponents, each proposing to put 4 turbines, floating turbines in that vicinity. One of the project proponents has dropped out, so now it's just the one you see there. It's going to be 4 floating turbines. And you can't see that map very well, but if you look, it shows the cable runs going just south of the green boxed area, which is one of the state's MPAs. What we expect next from that is by the end of the year, the state intends to issue a notice of preparation of a draft environmental impact report, which they hope to do in conjunction with Vandenberg Space Force Base. I think that they identified them as being the lead federal agency on this, but I think more will be revealed when we get closer to the publication of that notice of intent to prepare that. And then the third part for our MPC Report 1 is the California Energy Commission. By way of recollection, in 2021, AB 525 was signed into law. One of the requirements included within the legislation tasks the California Energy Commission with development of a strategic plan for offshore wind developments off the California coast and federal waters. One of the required chapters focuses on identification of suitable sea space for wind energy areas in federal waters sufficient to accommodate the offshore wind planning goals. Last summer, the state adopted a long-term planning goal of 25 gigawatts of offshore wind off the coast by 2045. The CEC, the California Energy Commission, attended the May 18th meeting and provided an overview of their efforts on identifying suitable sea space. So this is a map of what you see off the north coast, and that's what they showed us. Just for context, the red and orange areas denote the ambient wind speed, the wind resource in the area. The blue area that you see bounded there, that's the current Humboldt lease sites. The areas bounded in green are areas that the state deemed to be suitable for offshore wind development. The area in lavender, for the lack of a better color description, to the south there, that's a national marine sanctuary. So in coming up with this map, as you can see on the left, they looked for wind speeds, they looked for water depths, and they looked for distance to shore. In a future iteration of this, they moved off of developing these more hardline definitive box areas and rather went with ovals. And the Energy Commission was encouraged by a lot of folks to do a little bit better spatial analysis on that. But that's what you see for the North Coast, what state of California has initially deemed as being potentially suitable for offshore wind development. And then off the Central Coast, you can see the area in purple there. That is the current Diablo Canyon call area. The area bounded by black, the black lines off of Morro Bay and the deeper water, that's the current lease sites. The area that looks to be yellowish to me, that was the original call areas off of Morro Bay. And then the areas bounded in red the sort of dot extended to the northwest of the current lease sites. That's the areas that the state has deemed suitable in that location. Once again, the lavender colored areas are the national marine sanctuaries in the area, not including the as yet to be named Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, which will run up right against the southern end of the current lease sites. So that's what we're looking at in terms of off the Central Coast. A couple of caveats here I want to add. The slides that we were shown differed from the slides that were shown by the Energy Commission during its May 31st workshop. As I said earlier, the slides that they presented in that public workshop didn't have discrete areas, but more oval shaped areas around larger areas. And then during that workshop, the offshore wind industry, the fishing industry, and the shipping industries all supported the identification of a process or a methodology that could be used in the future to identify that sea space when it's needed. The understanding or the thought process there being that what is suitable sea space today might not be what is suitable 10, 15, or 20 years from now. So that kind of concludes what we discussed in our report 1. With regard to our report 2, as we highlight here, we briefly talked about the least required communications plans. Our focus was primarily on the fisheries communications plans, although the developers did touch on really quickly their other required plans for Native American tribes and agencies. John from the West Coast Oceans Alliance came and gave us a little bit of information. I'm not going to repeat what he said. He's going to be here later on today. And then, as Carrie noted, there was a little bit of a discussion about the form and function of the MPC and the representation thereof of the different advisory bodies. So with regard to the required fisheries communications plans, as we noted earlier, 4 out of the 5 lessees attended and participated in this June 6th meeting. If you're interested in a copy of the lease and specific language regarding what are the requirements of the communications plan, there's a link in the supplemental report that'll take you right there. Our recommendations that came out of that was to be sure that the lessees understood that an interested commercial fishing community has to be interpreted differently. It's not just because they're the lease sites off Morro Bay and off Humboldt, you have to reach out beyond that. I think the example we used was the albacore fishery that has fishery participants from San Diego all the way up to the most northern parts of Washington who have historic dependence on areas that are currently covered by leases. So when the lessees are planning how to introduce the fishing communities to these plans and vet them and get them approved to expand the reach just beyond those local communities. The one thing I didn't highlight, but I will, is those fishery communications plans are due 120 days from the lease effective date. The lease effective date was June 1. So doing the math, it was sometime in September. So we did have 3 specific recommendations for you with regard to the fisheries communications plan. One was that request that the lessees include the council as one of the audiences in their fisheries communications plans and provide the council with copies of progress reports. That we continue to engage with the lessees as appropriate. The council, particularly through the Marine Planning Committee, can be a conduit of information to and from the fishing communities and lessees. The Mid-Atlantic and the New England Fishery Management Councils jointly compile information and links to help stakeholders stay informed about the offshore wind development activities that may be relevant. The Marine Planning Committee sees value in this and would ask the council to consider something similar for the West Coast. And then our third recommendation was to remind BOEM to request the lessees be notified that the Pacific Fishery Management Council places high value on maintaining our fishing grounds and suggests that all lessees and every one of their contractors avoid abandoning any weights, anchors, or other items considered expendable by surveyors in the areas under council management. And then with regard to form and function of the Marine Planning Committee, throughout this week in addressing the various ABs and giving them our little spiel about the Marine Planning Committee item that you're hearing now, we asked each of the advisory bodies, how could the Marine Planning Committee better serve you, your advisory body, the council, and or the public? So I think you'll see some comments to that in some of the reports that have been submitted on this agenda item. And then also we asked, do you want to change your AB's rep to the Marine Planning Committee? As you know, each one of the council's advisory subpanels has a representative that sits on the Marine Planning Committee. And we just wanted to ensure that the ABs considered whether or not they were happy with their current representation and whether or not they wanted to change that. I think we suggested that if they wanted to do that, they would throw that in under the appointment agenda item and not this agenda item. So what's likely next? Just real quick, with regard to Oregon, we, as Carrie noted, the governor of Oregon, along with the two senators and two representatives, submitted a letter to BOEM that was, it appears to have a lot of the same asks that your April 9th letter to BOEM had. So that may have an impact on when draft wind energy areas may be announced off the coast of Oregon. With regard to California, we expect to start seeing incidental harassment authorization requests start coming in. Those usually are submitted as a developers get ready to start their survey work, site assessment work. And given that during the June 6th meeting, one of the developers expressed an interest in starting to do their survey work in Q3 of this year, we expect to see that coming relatively soon. As I noted earlier, the 7C working group is expected to convene beginning in August, and then site assessment plans should be there as well. And also, as we noted, the State Lands Commission's notice of intent to prepare a draft environmental impact report for the CADEMO project. With regard to Washington, the unsolicited lease requests are still out there. To our knowledge, BOEM's still doing the review of the financial, legal, and technical capabilities of the applicants. And then we still have some, there's still the WCMAC recommendation with regard to an alternative means of engagement with both state and state agency individuals, state legislative folks, state government folks, and interested stakeholders as well. And I think the last I heard that had not been responded to as well. So we're hoping that that'll be something that comes relatively soon also. And I think that was it. Sorry for rambling.
No, thank you very much, Mike, for that presentation. Let me look around the table and see if there are questions on your presentation. I'm not seeing any, but stick around. All right. Next, I'd like to invite up Doug Warren from BOEM to offer your remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As stated, I'm Doug Bourne. I'm the Regional Director of the BOEM Pacific Region. I just wanted to say thanks for inviting me here today. I truly appreciate it. Before I get started, I'm going to have a brief update, but I just wanted to say that, the BOEM team, we continue to commit with our collaboration that we've had in the past with council staff. I'll just say that, as Carrie said earlier, we originally, when we scheduled the, this update, that, potentially the draft wind energy areas would have been out, but that's not the case. But I do have a couple of, like I said, brief updates, and then I'll make myself available for any questions that may come up. And I'll just say that, Mr. Conroy did a good job with all the updates, so some of it may be repetitive on my part. First I'll start with the state of Oregon. As stated earlier, we did receive a letter from the Oregon Governor's Office as well as, from the federal delegation. I can say that we will continue to work with the state of Oregon to refine our planning process so that we can, look for ways to improve our planning process as well as develop a timeline for offshore wind planning and moving forward with potential draft wind energy areas. And really we're trying to work with the state and tribes and others to identify the areas most appropriate for leasing off the coast of Oregon. I'll just add that we'll continue to work with our state partners in a coordinated approach because at the end of the day, I think the state of Oregon and the federal government, we want to make sure that we're successful in the deployment of offshore wind off Oregon because we want to do this and we want to do it correctly moving forward. Next, I will just give a brief update on what's going on in California. As Mr. Conroy said earlier, the leases did become effective on June 1. So that does start the 120-day clock for the communications plan, in particular the fisheries communication plan. I also wanted to provide an update that, we've gone through the procurement process, or we're in the procurement process now. We plan to move forward with conducting a programmatic EIS for the lease areas off the coast of California. So what we're planning to do is, specific to the lease areas, look at what mitigations on potential impacts that's going to be associated with any future offshore wind development in those lease areas. And I will, so California is also moving forward with planning. So as stated earlier, the AB 525, California has some aggressive goals of 25 gigawatts by 2045. As part of that process, fishing outreach meetings took place last week. So in partnership with the state, BOEM was there as a part of the fishing outreach in both Central and Northern California. Also a part of the AB 525 process is, the identification of additional sea space for offshore wind development on the OCS. So in collaboration and partnership with the state of California, we're working with the California Energy Commission through the AB 525 process. Once the state comes up with the areas that they've identified, BOEM will look at those areas, take them into consideration as we move forward and, start a planning process for identifying more areas off the coast of California for future offshore wind leasing to help the state achieve their goals for offshore wind. As previously stated, BOEM will continue our commitment to working with the council and council staff to participate in meetings as needed. And with that, I will say thank you and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to look around the table and see if there are any hands with questions. And I am looking carefully and I'm not seeing any. I don't see any online either, but thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we'll hear from John Hanson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope my audio is coming through all right.
You're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, everybody. My name is John Hanson. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Ocean Alliance. I'm really happy to have a few minutes with you today just to give you an update on a few of the things we're working on here in the region. As Mike and others have mentioned, we've been providing regular updates, and I check in with Carrie on an ongoing basis. So we stay in pretty close touch about council activities. But for today's purposes, I just wanted to give you a few highlights of the latest things we're working on and plans for the summer, fall, and into the new year. First off, maybe just as a note, I will say how thrilled I am to hear that Jen Quan is there and joined you in her new role at NOAA Fisheries. We worked closely with Jen when she was back in DC on the legislation that helps support both funding for regional ocean partnerships as well as authorization for ROPs, of which we are one for the West Coast. And just to say that she was really an amazing advocate and really gave a thoughtful approach to the West Coast needs and the regional ocean partnership structure and funding mechanisms that are nationwide for 4 regions that have received funding that have active ROPs, but really did give a lot of thought to how the West Coast could really take advantage of this opportunity, as well as the work of tribal nations on the West Coast. And so I think, needless to say, NOAA's partners, the council, will be hugely benefited by having Jen join us out here on the West Coast and in her work moving forward. It's really excited to hear that Jen is in that new role. That being said, maybe I'll just start from the West Coast Ocean Alliance side of things on offshore wind, and maybe just stepping back to, for those need a reminder, the West Coast Ocean Alliance, as the West Coast Regional Ocean Partnership, brings together state, federal, and tribal partners on the West Coast regional scale to talk broadly about ocean planning, decision-making, data, science, tribal engagement, and a number of other fronts. If folks do want more insight or background on our work, you can see our website at westcoastoceanalliance.org. And again, offer myself up to anybody that might want to follow up offline as well. In terms of our current activities, we do have new funding from NOAA that is in the first year right now. So we're busy on a lot of fronts. And again, I'll give you some highlights of those right now. But again, direct folks to our website. There is a tab where you can look at a full suite of our 2023 projects, of which there are a number that I'll just give you a slice of today. So on that front, offshore wind is a big one for us, continues to be one we're coordinating on a lot of fronts. We work closely with the team at BOEM, Doug and his staff on the West Coast, as well as NOAA and a number of others, and federal and the federal family, along with the 3 states and tribal governments. I think on a logistical item that I think I've mentioned to this group in the past, we had initially planned to do a summer offshore wind summit this year. We have decided to postpone that meeting for a few reasons, one of which is sort of for the regional context. I think having a better understanding of where Oregon is going to go next is probably going to be something we want to let figure itself out, and then take a regional step back and thinking about where we can best engage and convene around offshore wind there. Also, we have a lot of members, and so we're having a lot of active conversations from the tribal, from the 3 states, and from the federal perspective about what we can do in a convening role to bring together partners on the government side, as well as thinking about how best to engage with the fishing sector, with developers, with academics, NGOs, and others that are interested in offshore wind. And so we're really excited to be able to do that, but are likely going to push that until early 2024 as a chance to have a little bit more time to figure out how best we can play that role and have an offshore wind discussion that will be fruitful. And so just to note that that won't be happening this summer anymore. It will be happening, we hope, early 2024. So stay tuned, and we'll provide updates as that meeting gets a little bit further clarified as we move forward. On the other item on offshore wind that I think many of you are tracking is broader discussions around offshore wind science. And that is something that we've been a little bit more engaged on. We're tracking the legislation in the state of California that may take some steps towards development of a regional approach to offshore wind science collaboration, as well as working with federal partners, NGO partners, and a number of other groups that are talking about this sort of science role to convene regionally for the West Coast. Not taking too big of a bite yet, but is something that we're trying to track and understand how we as an entity can help with that convening. Again, for all issues, including offshore wind, we're not an advocacy group, so we don't come in with a predetermined notion of, wind or any other topic sort of being a goal. It's really, we convene decision makers and other partners in an efficient way that includes tribes, states, and feds, and we want to take advantage of that. And the winds discussion, including the science collaboration piece, is an emerging one that we're really interested in engaging on. And so we're going to continue to track that, share that with our West Coast partners, and then think about if there is a role we can take advantage of in convening partners that we already have at our table. It may be something we continue to explore. So just a note on that. And again, something similar to our engagement with the council on a regional scale, thinking about how we can take advantage of the partnerships we already have in place in the context of wind and the science discussions. Building on the idea of our meetings, we do still anticipate having 2 in-person meetings in October in Portland, Oregon, not far from where you are now. That would be our all-hands kind of annual meeting. We anticipate that will include at least some public portion that will invite stakeholders and other partners to come and engage with our group, kind of similar to a council meeting on a shorter time frame, but one that will allow some collaboration and engagement between our members and non-governmental partners. We also will be hosting a tribal summit that will be run through our tribal caucus. And so it's really up to the tribes that work in our group to determine the structure and the function and output of that meeting, but will be likely co-located in some way, shape, or form with our all hands meeting. And we think the tribes may be reaching out to federal and state partners and other partners to think about how they can bring a really strong tribal membership group that we have organized into one place and take advantage of some FaceTime with tribes as well. On that note, on the tribal front, I do want to highlight that we've added staff over the last few months. We have a new project coordinator, Bree Goodwin, who's based out of Oregon, previously worked with Surfrider Foundation, who I think many of you may know. And then we've also brought on Margaret Corvey, who is our new tribal coordinator. So Margaret is our full-time staff person devoted to supporting our tribal caucus and broader engagement between our tribal members and our federal and state partners within the Alliance. And I think some of you on the council as well as on the line have probably worked with Margaret in the past or heard from her recently as she's really taken a headlong dive into working with tribes in the region to better understand their needs and priorities around ocean planning, including topics like wind, fisheries, and others, and how a group like ours can take advantage of bringing them really in a strong way to engage with federal and state partners that are at our table as well. So excited again, if folks do want to reach out to any of our new staff, happy to make connections there as well. Just a couple additional items of sort of our project funding that we're pushing out. We are going to be doing an inventory this year on aquaculture activities on the West Coast. We're going to be standing up a working group of our members to talk more directly about aquaculture development, sort of what the current state of play is in terms of existing aquaculture, what's being proposed and planned, how federal and state aquaculture activities are being developed, and how the region can better coordinate on first just what actually is already out there and what's being proposed, and then how can that inform future discussions around aquaculture. We have an RFP out right now to sort of bring in a discrete project support consultant to develop this inventory. That's something we hope to maintain moving forward. And obviously would be something that builds around all the other aquaculture planning activities and inventories and resources that are out there from federal partners, fishery partners, state level activities and others, but doing so in more of a regional lens is something we're excited to try to really distill down and make a useful tool and resource, and then inform future policy and planning discussions on the West Coast, as it's something our members have identified as a priority moving forward. Another project we're excited to be rolling out right now is a new fellowship program. We're going to be working with Oregon Sea Grant, looking at a West Coast-wide fellowship, similar to many of the Sea Grant fellowships that I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. This is going to be a brand new program. We're hoping to bring on 5 fellows. They will be located once we do a matching process with hosts at either a federal, state agency, or a tribal government. And so we have a pretty wide swath of projects. And again, folks can see on our website the 9 projects that were being offered by our hosts. And then we're going to go through the summer into the fall with hopefully 5 fellows joining us around September or October. That we hope will be a great resource for us as a regional entity and bringing on a really energetic group of fellows as well, benefiting our hosts, but also ramping up a lot of our engagement and capacity with other entities. And to the extent that there are fisheries issues that may come up in the projects that we've proposed, that would obviously be something we'd hopefully be keeping a really close track of with council activities as well, and taking advantage of those fellows joining our team starting this fall. And then lastly, just to highlight something that is a little bit more directly related to the council, we are going to be starting, hopefully in the next few weeks, formally kicking off a new strategic planning process for the Alliance. This is going to culminate, we hope, in about spring, April-ish of next year with a new 5-year strategic plan for the Alliance. It's going to take a fresh look at everything the Alliance is doing. So wind, aquaculture, data, tribal engagement, ocean planning broadly, looking at new topics, looking at existing topics we're already working on, and then also diving into just the structure and function of our group as an entity, and really trying to find how do we fit in 2023, 2024 in the regional context of ocean planning. And how can a group like ours, which we think is fairly unique in the tribal, state, federal partnership, but non-regulatory, non-advocacy, but really doing, we hope, an effective job at convening decision makers, what can we do moving forward to best take advantage of that? So that's going to be a deep dive. It's going to be a wide dive in terms of reaching out to a lot of partners. And I know at previous meetings I've joined you at, we have discussed the way we can link to the council moving forward. We previously, when we were the regional planning body, had a charter document. It had formal language that linked us to the council, designated a representative and an alternate, and other sort of logistical pieces. We hope this new strategic planning effort will include a real close look at that type of connection moving forward. And I think we'll look to the council to provide us input and inform how that may look moving forward. So that's just a bit of an appetizer on that. I would say stay tuned, but we're excited to have the team at Strategic Earth Consulting come on, who I think many of you have worked with as well. They're going to get started soon and would be, I think, something in the coming months that we'll be reaching back out to the council to have that team do a little bit more of a hands-on dialogue with the council to understand what a group like ours can be useful for, how can that benefit the council and council partners, and then how do we really frame that in a substantive way that allows us to keep this relationship as easy but as effective as it can be, as we have so many, I think, overlapping issues and members working on this sort of broad West Coast ocean discussion that we all want to take advantage of. So stay tuned for that as that comes out in the next few months. But otherwise, appreciate the time to be here today. And as Carrie is so great in keeping me updated, I'm happy to be joining future meetings and stay updated as we move forward on things we're working on together. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you very much, John. Let me see if there are any questions of John from around the table or online. It's pretty thorough. Thanks very much, John.
Thank you.
All right, we have a travel report. I'll call on Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thought it might be important to get some additional perspective from the tribes regarding, this effort and process with dealing with offshore wind and how that might implicate and impact tribes and their treaty resources. So I know that there was a tribal update section within the Marine Planning Committee Report 1. But before I get to that, I think it would be helpful to remind the council and others on some of the points that we have emphasized here within the council as it relates to offshore wind. So what we've recognized is that the Department of Interior and BOEM have specific obligations, both as a party to the various treaties, as well as being the federal trustee of treaty reserved resources. And we want to make sure that the United States honors its commitments in those treaties and all aspects of its work, including offshore wind. And so we've conveyed, some of the concerns that we've had as that relates to the potential ecosystem impacts and resulting impacts to treaty protected resources due to decreases in fish abundance, productivity, and geographic distribution, as well as conveying that as a result of that, that could have a significant impact on the ability of tribes to harvest fish in the various areas that they do. And so with that, I thought it would be important to invite Steve Joyner. He's the tribal representative to the Marine Planning Committee to maybe provide us some perspective on, at least to date, whether there has been any meaningful and robust consultations between BOEM and the tribes.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Steve. And the microphone switch.
There. So, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Joe. Yes, you asked me this earlier, and I think I could take a stab at answering that question on the consultation. And I'll say my experience, having done this for many decades, is that true, meaningful, and robust consultation engagement with tribes is difficult to achieve. And I just don't think we're there yet with BOEM and the offshore wind. And the reason I say that is that from the policy of the Makah tribe, and I'm sure that's very similar with the other tribes, and that is that there would be consultation with the tribes prior to any decision-making or actions that could potentially impact the tribe's resources or the ecosystem that these resources depend on. And so it's really been up to the tribe to pursue this. And again, I think that's the case with all the tribes. The executive order to the federal agencies dealing with tribal consultation and recent presidential memos require that there be meaningful or regular, meaningful, and robust engagement, consultation with the tribes, and that the agency should strive to reach consensus and or mutually desired outcomes. So when we became aware of the potential for offshore wind and what that could possibly do to the ecosystem, the California current ecosystem, we began to see that as a very great threat to the tribe's fisheries, its treaty rights, its resources, its economy, and culture. We made these concerns known, and as time has gone on, there's been some engagement, but I don't believe it's been satisfactory. For example, I believe that to have done this properly before any leases were made, the lease area should have had exhaustive surveys to determine the abundance and presence of fisheries resources, including adult and juvenile and larval fish, oceanographic conditions in those areas, so that when the wind project started, they would know kind of the before, so we can determine the after once the turbines went in. And to think about the amount of energy that would be harvested to produce the level of electrical power. You just heard California wants 25 gigawatts. That's a tremendous amount of wind energy. And I don't believe that we could maintain what we now have without that, but we don't really know. So I think that the process has been lacking, and that it really could have been done better. And as the resolution from the National Council of American Indians and the AT&I affiliated tribes and Northwest Indians indicate, that this should be slowed down and suspended until the tribal concerns are addressed. And I guess people have asked me what's an example of meaningful consultation with the tribes. And I was asked that question on our first in-person meeting of the National Academy of Science committee that I'm on. And I said, well, that's really easy to answer for me. It's the Pacific Fishery Management Council and NOAA Fisheries. That is really a model of true, meaningful and robust consultation and cooperation, partnership between the federal agency and the tribes that are involved. And I think probably the best example of that I can think of was with the halibut situation a few years ago, where we were in a tough situation on trying to determine the appropriate harvest level for Area 2A. And so I don't want to embarrass anybody by mentioning names, but there are a couple of them sitting at the table here today, and they came and met with the tribes. It was a tough group for them, but they made the commitment, and the result is what we now have in Area 2A for halibut. And so to me, that's the way it should be done. We did the hard work. The federal agency, the tribe's trustees fulfilled their obligation, made the commitment, and we now have a very successful and sustainable fishery for halibut. So that's an example of how it can be done properly.
Thank you. Joe, is there anything further on the tribal report?
Nothing further on that. I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to invite Steve. This is certainly an important part to our consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Of course, let me see if there are any questions on the travel report. Mr. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get to say that for the first time this meeting. Steve, I want to thank you and Joe for your reports and your hard work. Being from a coastal community, we're in the same area, and working together is going to be paramount, you know, as co-managers and as people. I think that, you know, this, if done wrong, it has a chance to upset our whole ecosystem and livelihoods and what we do on the coast. So I truly appreciate what you guys are doing. I am not directly involved in the wind energy business, but I know who is, and there are so many hours in the day and a lot of topics we all got to do. And so sometimes we have to tear the paper up and say, you go this way and we'll go this way. But I if there's any way I can help in bringing tribal and non-tribal coastal people together, and you have my phone number and you can call anytime, because I certainly think that it's going to take, just like the halibut and just like a few other things we've worked on together to do this right and make sure it's done right. So just want to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions on the travel report? Thanks very much, Steve.
Okay,
thanks, Joe. We'll move into our advisory bodies. We'll start with the GAP. Dan Waldeck.
Good afternoon, Chair Grolnick, council members, Dan Waldeck. I'll be reading agenda item C3A, the supplemental GAP report on marine planning update. The GAP received a briefing on this agenda item from Mr. Mike Conroy, MPC co-chair. The GAP continues to be impressed by the work of council staff and the MPC in monitoring and engaging in complex and contentious marine planning activities and providing comprehensive and informative reports to the council family, especially related to offshore wind. In that vein, the GAP reviewed the June 2023 MPC reports and agrees with the recommendations of the MPC. Specifically, the GAP agrees with the MPC suggestions and recommendations related to fishery communication plans, because fishery communication plans are meant to guide and describe how developers will conduct fisheries engagement and their specific communication principles, strategies, and methods. In particular, the MPC recommendation that FCPs take a broader regional perspective rather than site-specific in terms of impacted fisheries and communities is critical. Offshore wind will have region-wide effects, and engagement at all levels, for example, by BOEM and offshore developers, should account for the potential scale of impacts. The MPC also highlights the need for the council to consider if and how the MPC will continue to exist, and if the committee continues, if changes are needed for its form and function. The GAP strongly recommends that the MPC continue to function as an ad hoc advisory body and to maintain the current structure of the committee. The GAP continues to see high value in the work of the MPC. We recommend that Ms. Susan Chambers, with Mr. Dan Waldeck as alternate, continue to represent the GAP on the MPC. In recommending continuation of the MPC, the GAP stresses that the need for the work of the MPC is ongoing and expanding as new ocean uses are proposed that will occur in space already occupied by council-managed fisheries. The MPC is necessary for the council to engage effectively in region-wide marine planning activities. The MPC continues to give an impactful voice to the concerns of the council and fishery participants. Concerns of fishery participants and fishery-dependent communities go beyond site-specific displacement of fisheries relative to an offshore wind installation. Stakeholder concerns include, at a minimum, broader region-wide economic impacts, disruption of critically important research surveys and data time series, effects on ecosystem form and function, and effects on protected resources. Finally, the GAP emphasizes that it is important to recognize the opportunity costs borne by stakeholders to engage in the offshore wind planning process. It requires an enormous time commitment. Time spent on offshore wind engagement is time not fishing, which creates economic impacts even before offshore wind steel is in the water. Fear and concern about the unknown long-term economic impacts of offshore wind also weakens interest in investing in fishery and community infrastructure. The MPC provides critical support to the council and fishery participants. Therefore, the GAP strongly recommends the MPC continue its important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Are there questions of Dan on the GAP report? Thank you. Oh, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Dan, for the report. I'm second paragraph where you talk about in particular the MPC recommendation that FCPs take a broader regional perspective rather than site specific. I assume that means you mean both walking and chewing gum, because you got to know what's going on individually and how it affects all of it. Is that what was intent here? Is not just ignoring the specific sites, but how they relate to the bigger content as well?
Chair Gorelnik, Mr. Dooley, yes, that's correct. I think it's a reminder that while the developers in BOEM may continue to focus FCPs to specific sites, that will happen. It's the need to expand beyond what we expect will happen to what we think should happen.
Thank you.
Further questions of the GAP? Thanks very much, Dan.
You're welcome.
We'll next hear from the CPSAS, Mike Okonewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Mike Okonewski. I'll be reading from agenda item C3A, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, June 2023. Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning Update. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, reviewed the Marine Planning Committee, MPC, Report 1 on May 18th, 2023, MPC meetings, and Report 2 on June 6, 2023, MPC meeting, and listen to a verbal overview of these reports given by MPC co-chair, Mr. Mike Conroy. We wish to thank the MPC, the co-chairs, council staff, and the council for their continued diligence and hard work on this important topic, marine spatial planning. It is evident to the CPS that offshore wind, OSW, developers, and the Bureau of Ocean Energy, BOEM, are attempting to further speed OSW expansion in the U.S. economic exclusion zone without regard for the need to catalog the long list of major data gaps on potential environmental, ecological impairment and conduct the necessary research and/or modeling to fill these gaps. As we have expressed previously, this may degrade our marine ecosystem to levels of irreversible harm and may devastate our ability to harvest and process U.S. sustainable seafood and thereby underwrite our national food security. Our comments are brief, or at least they started out that way, and focus on several subjects discussed in the MPC reports. The strategic plan required by AB 525 requires consideration of impacts to coastal resources, fisheries, Native American and indigenous peoples, and national defense, and strategies for addressing those potential impacts. Coastal resources is being interpreted broadly to include biology, ecology, and ecosystem functionality. Page 4 of the MPC Report 1 notes that information is often inconsistent and incomplete, and data gaps exist. The CPSAS believes the above quoted statement from MPC Report 1 clearly indicates a serious and high level of importance in the AB 525 highlighted act of consideration. Additionally, to fulfill this requirement, the CPSAS believes it is necessary to halt further OSW development until we are confident these important data gaps for OSW development and operations are filled, and robust analysis has assured the fishing industry and other other agencies, tribes, organizations, etc., that OSW will not have detrimental impacts on the marine ecosystem, fisheries, and areas of importance to the Department of Defense. Number 2, Fisheries Communication Plan, FCPs. Without going into detail, we believe the format for constructing and administering these FCPs are woefully inadequate, and specificity insufficient and formalized process, and have no designed and enforceable remedies to address disputes. Thus, these FCPs will result in confusion and frustration. In part, this is because without the benefit of uniform constructs and administrative procedures, each developer can create plans that are materially different in scope and intent. Communities may be forced to deal with a large number of developers based on the extent their fishermen move up and down the coast. It is in the best interest of the communities to have a standardized format and neutral parties that can enforce standardized tenets for communication and methodology that aids in resolving the issues that will arise. We support the requirement to post a draft SCP for public review and comment. Number 3, the CPSAS strongly supports extending the MPC's mission in its present role as an advisory committee for the duration there are non-fishing economic interests that see the ocean as just another venue to conduct large business operations that could reduce or eliminate our fisheries and/or impact the California current ecosystem and the productivity of our marine coastal environment, or would otherwise operate without essential and sufficient regulatory governance. The CPSAS supports and recommends that action be taken on all suggestions and recommendations put forward in the 2 referenced MPC reports. To this end, it may be beneficial to develop another council letter to BOEM and other appropriate agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Are there questions on the CPSAS report? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Mr. Conroy, we'll hear from you on the HMSAS.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. I am not going to read our report, but rather just try to summarize it. The HMSAS received a briefing on marine planning from myself and offers the following comments and suggestions. We strongly encourage the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to work with NMFS to develop fisheries data sets like what was done off the Oregon coast, so that when decisions are made, final decisions are made with regard to spatial suitability off the California coast, we make informed decisions. It is imperative that any and all efforts are made to ensure that any potential areas are deconflicted with and for current ocean users. In the June 9th letter, which is referenced in the briefing book from the Governor of Oregon and congressional delegation, just wanted to highlight that a quote from that letter: additional time would allow the state of Oregon to develop a more coordinated approach with the federal government to provide a deeper appreciation of community interests, to engage in meaningful tribal consultation, and to develop opportunities to avoid and mitigate potential conflicts. We encourage our California reps on the council to communicate similar sentiments to the California administration. We support the MPC suggestions and recommendations. I used the albacore example earlier. I won't repeat it again as to how interested community should be defined. And as we've noted in previous statements, HMS fisheries stand to be directly impacted by offshore wind energy development. Participants in those fisheries are still waiting to discuss this with BOEM, and we reiterate our request to the council to strongly encourage BOEM to engage with West Coast HMS fisheries, which will be directly impacted by offshore wind energy developments.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the HMSAS report? Query writings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike. You noted the HMSAS wants to see CDF and W work with NMFS to improve some data sets and some communication there. Did the AS, or are you willing to sort of talk from your own personal experience? What are those data sets? What's the timing? A little bit more about how that could happen.
Through the chair. Thanks, Corey, for that question. As we saw with the efforts that were undertaken by ODF&W and NMFS, and you saw the results of that, I believe it was in March of this year, that collaboration produced fishery data sets that differed from the raw data that was initially ran through the model. And it showed that areas that were identified as call areas, in particular the Coos Bay call area, had a lot of activity and a lot of potential conflicts. In terms of timing, the sooner the better. We heard at a conference in April that BOEM is, and the state of California is interested in identifying call areas off California sooner than later. I don't think they said whether or not it was this year or not. We have somebody here who can answer that question. But the sooner the better we can get those data sets so that we can deconflict those areas before call areas are announced would seem to be a good idea.
Further questions of the HMSAS? Mr. Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, thanks for the report there. I seem to recall during the aquaculture part in the Southern California area that we had some interactions with James Morris and in his sighting. And one of the issues that was brought to light was the granularity of the data being supplied by the agencies in the state in that area that really didn't get to the point of the use as much as we could. And his suggestion at the time was to actually have fishermen get into that and supply more data to, more granular data, because the blocks were so large and you really didn't get the information. So the question is that effort being worked on now with industry to maybe get better descriptions of actual fishing areas and refine the data that the state actually has because of the way it was collected?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Bob. I know NMFS has been in conversations with CDFW about doing activity and collaboration similar to that what was done in Oregon. That hasn't been finalized yet, hasn't been pen put to paper on that yet. But to your question directly, I've had conversations with folks in different fisheries up and down the coast who are, to the extent that having that more granular data can help inform the siting process better. Because as you pointed out, the fishing blocks off the state can tell me within 100 square miles of where I was fishing, which isn't very helpful in terms of marine planning, but in terms of getting access to logbooks that might have lat longs of set locations and whatnot, that can provide that specificity and that granularity that could be very helpful in informing the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mike, just, I know you know this, I think, but, James Morris is now working in that capacity for offshore wind now, rather than in aquaculture. And he was very receptive to that. And I would, encourage people to engage with him, because he's very knowledgeable and he seems to be very receptive to taking that data.
No, I think we are. I think we need to be asked.
Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. I just note that you reiterate a couple of times in the report about making sure you cover stakeholders all the way from San Diego to Seattle. And I am curious as to why you chose to put that in the report twice, essentially. Meaning, have you had the experience of not having that in this process, or is it more a concern to make darn sure everybody's covered, or really where is the intent coming from that position?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for that question, Krista. It's more informing the lessees, the leaseholders out the state of California, that when they're developing these plans, don't just look at the local community in Humboldt, the local community in Morro Bay, and that the albacore fishery is not the only fishery, but it's a good example of a fishery that has historic dependence and historic utilization of areas, the lease areas, but they're not all centrally located in that area. So as the lessee is thinking about how to vet these communications plan through the interested community, they have to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Mike. The Habitat Committee, Corey Green, you're online. Welcome, Corey.
Thank you. Is mic check?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I'm going to be reading agenda item C3A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1, Report on Marine Planning. The HC received a briefing from Carrie Griffin and Steve Scheiblower summarizing relevant topics from the Marine Planning Committee's May 18th and June 6th meetings and associated reports. The HC recognizes the need for more information on the magnitude of shoreside port infrastructure development that will occur to support offshore wind energy development. A better understanding on the anticipated port development to support offshore wind is necessary to understand the magnitude and scope of impacts to habitat and fisheries. The HC recommends the MPC elevate the need for additional information and presentations from the states and offshore wind developers on port infrastructure needs and design specification in advance of formal public notices. The HC also noted that the fisheries communication plans required in the lease agreement will not necessarily mitigate impacts to fisheries and the environment, but rather will only communicate about these impacts. The HC is prepared to assist the MPC in providing comments on the communication plans, as well as the draft report required by AB 525 when they become available. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Corey. Questions of Corey on the Habitat Committee report? All right, thank you very much, Corey. And with the report of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, Megan Waters. I see that Robin is here to read your report. Welcome, Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robin Elke, Salmon Staff Officer. I'll cover the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on marine planning. The SAS has reviewed the reports under the agenda item and would like to thank the Marine Planning Committee and the Council for its continued work engaging with BOEM on emerging offshore wind development issues. The SAS would offer the following comments and additional emphasis for future engagement on this topic. The SAS appreciates the Council's effort to engage with BOEM and better integrate Council and BOEM processes. The SAS previously voiced concerns that the lease process effectively means, impacts may only be mitigated after a lease is issued rather than prevented through, lost my place. Development specifications and measures are forced to be reactive rather than proactive. The SAS would like to reiterate our overarching position that consideration of fisheries data must be a critical component of our offshore wind development and remains deeply concerned that BOEM does not meaningfully include the substantive information on its analysis. The SAS appreciates the amount of outreach and coordination efforts by both members of the Council and the Marine Planning Committee, and specifically those advisory board members who have attended additional meetings with shifting deadlines from agencies that are not well aligned with Council processes. However, we are frustrated by the lack of traction relative to the volume of effort extended and feel efforts to engage in the process are not being met with responsiveness. Of particular concern is the lack of response to the Council's letters by BOEM and local jurisdictions, and the ensuing feeling that the efforts to communicate the importance of fisheries inclusion are futile. As to the future of the Marine Planning Committee, it's clear that engagement with the offshore wind I'm not doing very good, sorry. The offshore wind industry requires dedicated, proactive outreach by the council. In the future, this need may be better met by asking state and federal agencies to provide membership to a different body, as the workload can be daunting for already busy members of the advisory bodies. And I think I'll take just a minute to clarify that last sentence as far as how to further structure the Marine Planning Committee and what SAS's thoughts were. I think that they felt that the work needed, although very important, is difficult for advisory body members that are already on an advisory body, and that perhaps the council would like to consider finding outside members to populate that Marine Planning Committee. And with that, I'll conclude the SAS statement.
All right, thank you very much, Robin. Are there any questions for Robin to the extent you can answer any on this statement? Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I don't know if you were present for their discussion, but I'm curious on the statement about collecting fisheries data. You know, my state, we went through a lot of effort to map the fisheries we could, but one of the holes we had was the salmon trawlers don't have logbooks, only a small fraction have VMS. So we actually use a pretty coarse scale, expert-based judgment way of mapping. Anyway, my question here, did the SAS have ideas on how that data could be, how a fishery like the salmon trawl fishery could be mapped most accurately?
I don't think that the SA had a conversation specific to that topic, but certainly I think if that is information and you need the SAS to bring that forward data, we could work with our Marine Planning Committee members and try to compile that.
Krista Svensson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Robin, thank you. I recognize you may not have the answer to this question, and it is a little bit crystal ball, but you did comment on the last sentence, so you may actually have the answer as well. So the SAS is talking about the future of MPC, and they say it may ultimately be essentially better with some other agency or position. Did they have any kind of indication in terms of timeline? I mean, is that a near future for that last sentence, or is that a longer down the road, or kind of where were their thoughts on that in terms, and I'm assuming that's kind of leading to that gaining traction in the paragraph before.
Through the chair, and thank you, Krista. I think the reasoning for the last paragraph or sentence was understanding that the council may be, deliberating about the Marine Planning Committee itself. And, like Carrie mentioned, we've been doing this for a couple of years. Let's have a check-in. Is it working? Are there things we want to change? And in particular, we have on the SAS 2 members that are assigned to the Marine Planning Committee, one being the conservation member and then the other being SAS member, but they both happen to be on the SAS. All that to say, particularly for our conservation member, it was just described as an overwhelming task in trying to do the marine planning work, the SAS work, and then of course your outside work on top of that. So I think their intent was for more of the near future as the council deliberates later in this meeting, what the Marine Planning Committee might look like, that perhaps the structure of the membership is good, but relying on individuals that are already advisory members may be too much.
Thank you.
Further questions on the SAS report? Thank you, Robin, for pinch hitting there. That concludes all of the reports. The last I looked, we had no public comment. I will double check. And we have no public comment. So I want to take a break before we engage in council discussion, but if we could put up on the screen there, the task before us when we come back, that'll give us something to think about during our break. So this up there on the screen, we'll take those in order when we come back, and we will be back here at 3:10.
Recording stopped.
All right, if folks could find their seats. If you need
Recording
help,
in
we can find a
progress.
guide. And we'll pick up council discussion and action. All right, our council action is on the screen there. 1, to consider a report and provide guidance, and 2, talk about the future of the MPC. So who wants to get us started? Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have first I'll start with an update. I don't believe Mr. Conroy mentioned this as part of his MPC report, but Washington, we did have a WICMAC meeting June 14th, which was after the MPC had met. There was the offshore wind. BOEM did come and make a presentation. And you heard the same updates we heard today. And if folks are interested, you can, this the first WICMAC meeting, I believe, that was recorded, and you can get it on TVW's website. If anyone wants this, needs the link, please let me know. But our governor did speak to the WICMAC. A governor's representative spoke to the WICMAC, just gave an update. And the message was, they're looking really hard at how the state could be engaged in the supply chain of offshore wind, but didn't have a position on the unsolicited lease requests or offshore wind in generally off the state in general, I should say. They did, as Mike mentioned, the WICMAC did send some principles of engagement, we called them, to the governor's office. They were looking at those and found them helpful, but we're still early stages thinking about stakeholder and tribal engagement. So that was an update that we didn't have at the time of the MPC report.
Thank you, Corey. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a question for council staff, if that's okay.
Okay.
Carrie, I'm referring to the SAS report, and they noted that a particular concern was a lack of response to the council's letter by BOEM, and talking about how these efforts to communicate are really important, and feeling that it's futile. So I was wondering if you could provide for the council and let us know of the letters that we have sent to BOEM. Have we gotten a response?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have sent several letters to BOEM in recent months, and I'm not aware of us receiving any responses yet. I would guess that, had we moved forward with the wind energy, draft wind energy areas, we might have heard some of the sort of technical feedback in those meetings, but no, I'm not aware of receiving any written responses.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Carrie. Would it be possible to ask Mr. Bourne to come back up to the table, given that answer?
Well, since he's here, and if he's willing to come up to the table and
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Doug Bourne, Regional Director of BOEM Pacific Region. I didn't think I was going to get off that easy. I will say, no, we have not provided a written response at this time. As council staff, Carrie said, our original intent was, we would be able to show our work and answer some of the technical questions in response to the letters, when we presented on the draft wind energy areas. I can't say at this time, BOEM is planning to respond to the council letters that we did receive in writing.
Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Given that lack of response, and it sounds like the lack of planning to respond, the SAS and I think others have expressed frustration about the lack of response and lack of engagement in general. I'm wondering if you could maybe provide us, if you have some ideas about how to improve that in lieu of the non-responses that we're getting.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll say that's on me. One of the, we received the letters and, it was my call on not providing a written response at the time because, again, we were going to, the plan was for us to be here with the council at this council meeting and present, the entire, how we went in Oregon from the planning through the call area development, through the wind energy area development. We were going to address the, 1,300 meter concern. So all that wrapped up into a presentation we were planning to do at this council meeting. Then when that didn't come through, we had to, I changed course. And so we are preparing a response to the council at this time.
All right, thank you for that response. Since Mr. Bourne is up there, to see if there are any questions. All right, thank you very much. See if there are any further discussion around the table on number 1 before us. Corey Niles.
Well, I think, and being part of the committee myself, I continue to agree with what's in there. I think maybe I asked Mr. Griffin if Carrie, if you had any thoughts there on how we might follow what following the MPC's recommendation might take. I think the CPAS suggested a letter might be called for, but yeah, Carrie, if you had any thoughts, I think I would support the recommendations, but if you had some thoughts on what form that might take, those recommendations might take, that would be nice to hear.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Niles, Mr. Chair. As you see in MPC report 2, there are 3 recommendations that really circle around building communications, lines of communications. The first recommendation specifically suggests that we ask the California lessees to include us in their audience so that the council would receive the regular updates, notices of meetings, so presumably that would take the form of a letter, probably a QR letter from the council to the 5 lessees. We have their contact information. I think it's the SAS report suggests also reaching out to BOEM along the same lines. So we'd probably CC BOEM on that. And as I mentioned before, and I think Mike Conway did too, at the June 6th meeting, we had really good engagement with 4 out of the 5 lessees. One of them wasn't able to make it. I think they appreciated the opportunity to engage with the MPC. So I think that they would probably welcome that opportunity. So anyway, to your question, it seems like writing a fairly succinct QR letter would capture that.
So is there further discussion on number 1? We do have recommendations in the MPC report, and that I think have been outlined by Carrie that could be addressed with a QR letter, if I'm understanding this correctly. And I want to see what the sense of the council is on that through an affirmative expression. Phil Anderson gives a thumbs up. Look around the table and see if everyone is in. All right, so we can ask council staff to put that letter together and then have it circulated. Is that okay, Mr. Burden?
Yes, that'd be fine. Thank you.
All right, and let me see if there's anything else on number 1. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is probably most relevant on their number 1, but wanted to let you have that discussion regarding the council action. But there was some questions as well as comments in the HMSAS report regarding the analysis and work that NIMS did with ODFW. And so I just wanted to update the council. You know, we are very aware that BOEM and NCOS appreciated the work that we did with ODFW on the state and federal fisheries spatial analyses that we provided, and that they, along with NIMS, support what's in the AS statement to do a similar process with CDFW. And we have started those conversations, and both with CDFW, but also with BOEM and NCOS along that front as well. So I just wanted to update the group since there was some comments and back and forth on when the AS report was given. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that, Ryan. So let me see if there's anything further on number 1 and ask Kerry Griffin if he believes he has what he needs in terms of guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for number 1, that seems pretty straightforward. I will capture the recommendations in MPC report 2 and initiate a QR letter process.
All right, thank you very much. So let's move on to the future of the Marine Planning Committee and its membership. So I'll look for suggestions or comments. It was when we originally established it, it was for a 2-year period. So we have to decide what to do here. And it's been 2 years, so just so you know. Let me try to prompt this by asking, see if there's anyone who disagrees on continuing the Marine Planning Committee, given how much work is being done by that committee. And I'm not seeing any negative expressions. Phil Anderson?
Well, I would just say that I think the Marine Planning Committee has been a very effective group in tracking the activities of the 3 different states, in providing sound advice to the council in terms of engagement, and clearly the need for the council to stay engaged in marine planning is just as pertinent and needed today as it was 2 years ago. And if this committee if we decided not to continue the committee, I think it would leave a big void. In terms of our ability to have a voice and be educated and informed on what's going on and how we might influence outcomes that are associated both with the science side of our responsibilities as well as the fishery management piece. So I just think there's a lot of reason for us to renew it, if that's the right term, for another 2-year term, and we can review it at that time and see if it should continue or we should do something else to accomplish our objectives relative to the marine planning issues.
Great, thank you, Phil. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And since it's the first time I'm talking, I'll stop and check my mic.
It's loud and clear.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Anderson. I think the committee is providing a valuable source and ability for the council to track and comment on the many processes that are going on outside the council. I think at some point we need to look at whether, this sort of quote unquote temporary committee becomes a permanent committee. I don't think we need to do that right now. I also wanted to recognize the comment, and I can't remember which advisory body made it, regarding the membership on the MPC and whether it's a workload issue for people who are also on other advisory bodies. I would leave that to the individuals and hope that they'll let us know if they don't feel they can do both. And if so, find new membership then. But I do just wanted to recognize that comment and the fact that it's something we should be continuing to check in on as we move forward.
All right, thank you very much, John. Well, I think there's consensus on continuing the MPC, and I think that we should now try to address membership, in particular the comment that was made by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel about workload. I'll offer a few comments. I think when we set this up, the notion was that we wanted to draw on our existing brain trust, if you will, of the advisory bodies. And I think that was the goal, and that was the reason why we didn't create a brand new membership of a new branch of the council family, if you will. But I also think that the goal was to have the MPC capture the input from the various advisory bodies. And instead, what we have seen, and this may be contributing to the workload, perhaps unnecessarily, is that we're getting a very good report from the MPC, and then we're getting additional reports from the advisory bodies, which was not the goal when we set this up. The goal here was that the MPC would be, as a whole, would share the load of putting together a report, and that would, rather than doubling up. And oftentimes when we do get reports from advisory bodies, I'll just have to say, not completely, but in large part, they are repeating points made by the MPC. And again, that contributes to the workload on these individual advisory bodies, and it also increases floor time on the council. So I don't know what the answer is to the workload concern of the SAS and perhaps other advisory bodies, but I think the goal when we set this up was to try to create a more efficient process. And maybe in the next 2-year term, we can ask our advisory bodies to maybe work more in that direction. I don't know if that's an answer or not, but I'd like to get input from folks on the council. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in agreement with you. I was appreciative of the SAS for bringing this issue up. I had some concerns on the front end of setting up this committee or panel, simply because there is so much information, and we were getting a lot of reports at the time, and it was taking a lot of floor time, which it still is. And we structured it so that we could get that input. And I think we should listen to the input and perhaps have a bit more flexibility just based upon the way we're scheduling meetings. It's kind of hard if the advisory panels don't have the information beforehand to contribute to that report. It's kind of a chicken or egg thing. So I think getting more input from them is important. But I will also say that the last 2 years have really demonstrated the need. And I realize that it isn't FMP. I realize it isn't necessarily completely in our wheelhouse, but I do agree that it is such a critical overarching issue that we should continue on. But I don't feel strongly that it must be tied specifically to the advisory panels, that if they would like to have somebody else represent them or some other such approach, perhaps we could provide a little bit of flexibility there.
Bill Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple thoughts on this one. I think it's apparent and that most all of our members of our various advisory panels care about marine planning and the potential adverse effects on their fisheries. And so I think to try to gain some of the efficiencies that we are hoping for, having Merrick and council and the staff officers that support those APs have a conversation with them about the strategy was to not burden them with having to develop reports on the subject matter that the Marine Planning Committee is dealing with, and they shouldn't feel compelled to have to do that. And so, just not to say that they can't, but I think in some cases, because of the high degree of interest virtually everybody in the fishing industry has in this issue, when they talk about it at their committees, they want to be sure the council is aware of their concerns, even though it may be repetitive of what's in the Marine Planning Committee's report. So I just think maybe some communication with our APs as to what our objective was here might help in reducing the number of reports that we get, and their feeling that they need to respond or need to comment.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Well, I might ask Carrie for some help with memory here, but I think, and I don't know if the committee has discussed this or not, but I think part of the issue is just the sequence of things. And the MPC meets in advance of the meetings with the idea of getting information out there that for other people to respond to. So I think to change it, the MPC would have to meet twice in terms of putting the information out there, getting some kind of discussion for the advisory bodies happening, and then the people coming back to the MPC with the material to put in another MPC report. But that is, I think, the essential issue I've seen, and I don't know if Mr. Griffin had some response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. I agree with you. It's been a little bit of a challenge to meet 5 to 6 weeks ahead of time and prepare a report for the advanced briefing book with the speed at which some of these offshore wind and aquaculture and other notice and comment opportunities happen. Sometimes it's hard to be out in front of it. I can't say that I could work with the co-chairs of the MPC and the staff officers and the chairs of the other ABs to sort of make sure people are as informed as possible ahead of time. And, we do our due diligence to, adhere to the guidance from the council on, doing our best to have the MPC reports, convene and compile the information. But I do agree, timing is a little bit of a challenge. It's been a learning curve, but we can always strive for improvement. I will, if I may, another thing that has been helpful along these lines is that the Habitat Committee often contributes to the QR letters, the sections that are habitat impacts focused. We do have a Habitat Committee rep on the committee, but he's not a habitat scientist, and so I think that's been a good collaboration, having that HC support the MPC's efforts and comments for what it's worth.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with your take on this exactly. That's what I had envisioned, that we would, have a collaboration between the advisory panels and come out with one real marine planning report. But I wasn't anticipating the amount of material that comes in late and the effect that has. I really do commend the agility, I guess, of that committee to inform us and to keep us in the loop, and to also be so helpful, at least from my perspective, of putting together QR letters, because none of this seems to neatly fit into our schedule of council business. And so to that end, I agree. It would be really nice to have a marine planning committee and not have a bunch of advisory panels, comments at a regular basis. Understand when we have late breaking news and not time to do that. But I think in general, I would hope, at least my vision of this to begin with, was that you would send a delegate, each advisory panel would to their, if they could, if they so chose, send a delegate to the Marine Planning Committee, and that was the content or the makeup of the committee. And they would come to an agreement on a report, and that's what would go, and it would hopefully wouldn't take too much comment from the committees to add to that, because they've had their bite at the apple. And I think that to a certain extent, but then, also I would hate to program a second advisory panels, individual meetings to consider what was considered at the Marine Planning Committee, then come back again. That's a lot of moving parts. So all that being said, I agree. This committee is really helping us do our work on something we really hadn't planned on. We didn't envision this being this much, but I think they're doing a very good job at it. I also think and understand from the SAS comments, it's been in the back of my mind for a while. We have our advisory bodies that are, the workload that they come into, they're thinking, they sign up to be on the advisory panels, and they're particularly advisory panels are industry folks. And this workload keeps piling up. And generally they all have, they're fishing or whatever they're doing, and it gets to be too much. And I'm worried that we're going to run out of people that want to take on that much responsibility and that much time commitment to do it. And that's a serious issue in my mind. I'm always worried about that. And it's kind of, there pokes up every once in a while, but I think we should be concerned about that in the long run, so that we can continue to do our job as wood keeps getting added to this cart and we have more and more work to do, things that maybe don't directly relate particularly to fishery management. That's a concern. So overall, I think the Marine Planning Committee probably is functioning as well as it could. And I think the advisory bodies are doing well, but I think we should maybe, to the extent they can agree and not weigh in on every issue, I think we could be better off. So thank you.
All right, thank you. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep it short. Much of what I was going to say has been said, and I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment around the table. I wanted to point out, especially based on Mr. Dooley's last comment, that I think there's significant overlap in what we're talking about with regard to council efficiencies and advisory body reports in general. And I just want to raise that and put it on people's radar that we might be well served to get some better advice to advisory panels and our advisory bodies on what and when and how to comment, and to not feel like they have to put in a comment telling us that they received a report from Mike and they agree with it. So just a thought on that.
All right, thank you, John. I don't want to diminish the additional workload that does exist because of this marine planning committee obligation. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this wasn't on our radar. We didn't have to worry about 30 by 30. We didn't have to worry as much about aquaculture. We didn't have to worry about wind energy. So it's been an additional workload for everybody, but we undertake the work because it's critical to our mission. Corey Niles.
Yeah, well, bringing it down to a smaller picture first in a second. But yeah, I would just seeing the committee from the inside, and I think the council has recognized this before already in these individuals, but everyone's contributing good ideas, but I don't think this committee would work as well without Carrie and Mike Conroy and Susan. They do an amazing amount of work in putting these reports together. And so thanks to them. But on number one, we didn't, there's some recommendations not in the Marine Planning Committee report, like the Habitat Committee and I can't remember if I've got them all in my mind, but just want to recognize, I think in looking for Carrie's, if she has thoughts, but just, I think like the Habitats Committee's recommendation that the Marine Planning Committee take up, to elevate that issue they brought. I think I'm seeing these things as that staff can bring to the Marine Planning Committee for further discussion, and did want to call that out. And I don't have an opinion on it right now, but it does seem like that recommendation is one that the MPC could look at more closely.
Mike Harrington.
Yeah, thank you for the time. And it's a little odd for me to make comments with my lack of history with this group, but my history so far it is an impressive group, and I think there's a lot of benefit from this. I think as with anything, there's always some improvements that could be made. I mean, for instance, I think we would like the ability to review some of these quick response letters that are maybe a little more species or Oregon centric prior to council. But overall, I think this group does provide that nimbleness that's required of these topics that we're working on, and also just kind of the representation to industry that the states have, that the voice that they didn't have prior. So thanks.
Thank you, Mike. So I think what I've heard is we're going to continue the Marine Planning Committee, and we're not going to make any changes to membership at this time. Continue the same membership scheme as we've had. Carrie Griffin, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're doing pretty well. You've had a good discussion. There's a couple of take homes from this. One is to generate this QR letter based on the recommendations in MPC Report 2. We heard Mr. Boren say that BOEM is working on a response to the letter sent by the council. So that's good news. And then we heard from John Hansen with West Coast Oceans Alliance. There's stuff that's on the horizon, an offshore wind summit and their all hands meeting in the fall and the tribal meeting. So there's opportunities for continued engagement there. And we know that there's the NMFS and the science centers and BOEM and all sorts of other entities and agencies are working on things like impact analysis and science and the economic impacts of offshore wind. So that's all informational. The main action would be this QR letter. And just so the council knows that our next MPC meeting is scheduled for July 27th. And then just be ready for what may be coming with site assessment plans and fishery communications plans with the California lessees and all the other planning activities in the offshore wind area. The other thing that will be coming back to us at some point is the aquaculture opportunity areas. We're expecting a draft programmatic environmental impact statement, I think in early 2024. So that's out on the radar screen a little bit. But unless there's no further guidance or discussion, I think you've completed your business for this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much, Carrie, and good work, council, on this agenda item, which frequently is quite challenging. That concludes our agenda for the day. I'm going to turn to Executive Director Merrick Burton to see if he has any words for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at my notes here in front of me, I don't have any words for you at the end of the day here.
All right, then. That means that we're concluding early today. It's beautiful outside, and so We often have long days stuck inside this windowless room, so we got a rare opportunity to get out while there's still some sunshine. Please enjoy it. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8